We'll start with the pledge. So if everybody could stand up where you're at, and if you got a flag nearby. Pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So now I'm remote this time, so I apologize to the people listening in if it's a little, I'm going to get with Tim. We're going to go into open forum. Can you let me know, Tim, who's the first speaker?
Okay, we can do that. Ashley. See if she's in here.
Ashley? I don't see an Ashley in here. Is there another one?
The next one is Jill Knox.
I seen Jill, so you can unmute Jill. There she is. Unmute.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to take up a moment of your day. I'm here to support the hiring of Mike Giannoni as an Anchor Bay High School teacher. I first connected with Mike in June of this year in my role as the high school varsity football team mom. In just a short while, I have witnessed firsthand his ability and passion to lead, inspire, and rise above the unique challenges presented this season and this school year. His stellar reputation precedes him, and that was evident in the outpouring of support to hire him as our head football coach. He accepted the coaching position without the promise of a teaching position. This speaks directly to his character. It's all about the kids and the community. Beyond his success on the football field, he has a master's in education and has been teaching for over 30 years. Education comes before athletics, and that was evident in his parent-player presentation this season, where the emphasis was on success in the classroom leading to success on the field. Furthermore, when he named his freshman and JV head coaches, it was very telling because they are both Anchor Bay High School teachers. Giannoni knows they can have a greater impact if they are both on the field and in the classroom. It is highly beneficial to our students for coaches to be present in the classroom and be a fixture in their day-to-day school activities. As a seasoned educator, I have no doubt his enthusiasm and leadership will be carried into the classroom. He'll be better positioned to help student athletes in their other courses, inspire fellow teachers, and connect with non-athletes who could benefit from his mentorship. Anchor Bay needs to be a leader in Macomb County, and what better way to lead than to continue to hire great leaders. One of my favorite quips from Mike, and he uses this in many fashions, is, "We're okay, but let's be fantastic." It applies to everything he does. In closing, it's okay to have him as just a head coach, but it'll be fantastic to also have him teaching in our school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knox. Tim, next.
We're going to assume it's Catherine.
Catherine? I don't see a cat.
Here I am.
Oh, there you are. All right. Sorry.
It's okay. Hello, my name is Catherine Beeland. I have lived, raised my children, paid taxes, and vote in the Anchor Bay School District for the past 20 years. This is the first time I have been vocal about your actions. I'm speaking up now because I can no longer be silent. I and many other parents with whom I have spoken to have recently become increasingly concerned about what are apparent violations of human resources, best practices, and Michigan labor law. I have been asked to speak for these other parents because of my 30 years of human resource management experience in both the private and public sector. From my experience perspective, the manner in which Colonel Carruthers was terminated was deeply troubling. However, as a manager, I accepted the possibility that there were facts and circumstances in which I was not aware of and which were appropriately withheld from the public record. It has now come to our attention that disciplinary action that appears to be most irregular have been taken against Ms. Colleen Mellon. I have been going to the Anchor Bay Aquatic Center since I moved to the district. My kids learned to swim there, went to birthday parties, and attended swim and dive events at the center as well. I've been utilizing the lap swim time for my triathlons for the past 10 years. Needless to say, we are all frequent patrons. Every time I've come to the facility, it is clean, manpower and equipment are managed very well, and we have always felt safe under the direction of Colleen. Her safety record, management of the facility, and employees have been excellent. Nothing controversial has come out of this center. From a professional view, one incident can be easily explained away, but two begin to look like a pattern. The pattern appears to be that personnel actions have been taken without reference to human resources best practices or the law. The parents and taxpayers of this district expect careful and lawful explanation of the actions which appear to be reckless and unlawful. If members of this school board fall short of their fiduciary duty to independently oversee and manage the superintendent of this district, you may be held personally and financially responsible. We concerned parents and taxpayers would expect both an explanation and level of due care, which every person in a position of public responsibility should exercise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Ray, we'll go to, who's next, Tim?
Anna Bernard.
Anna Menard.
Bernard.
Menard, sorry.
That's okay. I also, along with Mrs. Beeland, would like to talk about Colleen Mellon. I am deeply concerned about the actions that are being recommended by the administration regarding Colleen's employment. Colleen is a highly respected and valued member of the Anchor Bay community. Most families in the community have had extremely positive interactions with Colleen in her role as the director of the Aquatic Center. My husband and myself have been patrons of the Aquatic Center for numerous years. Colleen conducts herself in a professional manner and with the highest integrity. Colleen's management of the day-to-day operations of the Aquatic Center ranks this pool as one of the cleanest in the county. Just another example on how this school district is a leader in the county. For over 20 years, Colleen's record from the health department, in addition to her safety record, speaks volumes to her dedication. This is due to Colleen's continued determination to ensure that the Aquatic Center is a place for students, community members, and employees to have a safe environment to pursue healthy lifestyles. This board should be using Colleen as an example on how employees of the district should embrace health and safety as traits, not only in the workplace, but as a lifestyle. For her integrity to be questioned is just beyond belief. Please do the right thing in the case of Colleen Mellon. Examine all the information for accuracy and review Colleen's 20+ years of performance reviews. I implore this board to demonstrate fairness by treating Colleen Mellon with the respect that she has earned throughout her years of excellent service to the district, to the students, and to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, Mr. Sizemore.
Stephanie Richards.
Stephanie Richards. There she is.
Hello, I don't know if you can see me or not. I did try to turn my camera on. My name is Stephanie Richards. I am here tonight in support of Colleen Mellon. I don't know Colleen as well as some of the others speaking tonight, but I do know her story all too well. It is deja vu. Another outstanding Anchor Bay staff member railroaded. I have called on this board in the past to make the right call, and I am again asking for that. I strongly urge the board to consider the source when reviewing the evidence presented. We are tired of this same old song and dance. Newer board members, you were voted in on promises of change. We are still waiting. Here is your chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Let's go to Mr. Sizemore.
Look, the next two aren't here, so hold on. Lisa,
Hello, my name is Lisa McCumber, and I have two children at Lottie Schmidt Elementary. After attending the Back to School Elementary meeting yesterday, I have some questions. It sounded like the in-person teachers would also be responsible for the virtual learners at the same time. On the presentation, the virtual learners were promised that, quote, courses will be consisting of live instruction, pre-recorded videos, and independent work, end quote. How will this work exactly for our teachers? Are they live streaming the classroom when they are doing direct instruction? Or are they being given an extra prep period to make this live connection and record these videos for their virtual learners? Also, when will teachers be connecting with those virtual learners to offer feedback? Are we expecting them to do all of this on their prep period? Because I have to say that I see a gigantic problem with that. First, they need this prep period to develop their lesson plans, grade work, attend IEP and 504 meetings, and make necessary parent contact for their in-person learners. Anita Bannock mentioned in yesterday's presentation that teachers may even be asked to sub on their prep periods to cover sick teachers if enough substitute teachers cannot be secured. Unless our permanent teaching staff are being given an extra hour's worth of prep time, I think we are setting our teachers and therefore our students up for failure. I know we have the best teachers in Anchor Bay, but it seems to me that you are asking them to do the impossible. My husband reached out to our building principal and we were told that the district is considering purchasing dividers for our elementary students since they are not required to wear masks in their classroom. We were very pleased to hear this. What type of dividers are being considered? Has a timeline for a decision and acquisition of these items been established? Can we expect these to be available for the first day of school? Continuing with the idea of safety, I have questions about the cleaning protocol. Parents were told last night that the, quote, staff will be continuously cleaning and sanitizing high-touch areas and items throughout the day, end quote. When parents asked for more specifics, Ms. Bannock referred us to the Macomb County Health Department's recommendations. I have read those, and they are also vague in some areas. For instance, they advise schools to practice, quote, routine cleaning of frequently touched surfaces, end quote, and define high-touch areas as, quote, tables, doorknobs, light switches, countertops, handles, desks, phones, keyboards, toilets, faucets, sinks, etc. That makes up a large percentage of items in a school. Who will be doing all of this cleaning? We do not seem to have enough custodians to do all of this work, and I looked on your website just before this call, and there is only one posting for a permanent custodian for the afternoon shift for the entire district. I am also wondering if the district considered purchasing a portable UV light for each building to disinfect those porous surfaces. Overall, I received the impression that we are settling for the bare minimum in terms of safety precautions as dictated by the Macomb County Health Department and CDC. Our students, teachers, administrators, and support staff deserve far beyond that. Thank you for your time today and for your attentiveness on these matters.
Thank you for that. Go to the next speaker is
Ann Harms.
Ann Harms.
Hello, I am a social studies teacher at Anchor Bay High School. I've been teaching for 17 years and have been in this district since 2013. I'd like to make some statements this evening regarding the district's Return to Learn plan. Before I begin, let it be clear, I want to teach. However, I want to return to school in person to teach when it is safe to provide effective learning for my students. The additional protocols that will be attempted, the additional requirements for teachers, students, and staff, and most importantly, the inability to social distance consistently causes me grave concern. My effectiveness as a teacher, as well as the health and safety of my students, my family, and myself is being put at risk. Administrators have been working to try to address the numerous scenarios and concerns that they, as well as teachers at each level in the district have. With less than 20 days until the first day of school, teachers do not have placements, district staffing has not increased to guide and enforce new protocols, and with every new possible answer, a new question arises. We should bring students and staff back in person, but only when it can be done safely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Tim.
Looking. Next 2 or 3 aren't there. Hold on. Miranda.
Miranda.
I'm here. Give me 1 second. I just want to flip over to my notes.
Okay.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Miranda Hollinger, and I'm a 6th, 7th, and 8th grade teacher at Anchor Bay Middle School South. This is my 3rd year at Anchor Bay, and I have loved working here. The staff, the students, my administrators are just phenomenal beyond belief. However, I'm disheartened at the school board's decision to reopen schools without proper safety protocol in place. The fact that there are so many unanswered questions should be proof enough that we are not ready to reopen schools safely. I understand there is no easy answer. I'm sure none of us thought we would be living in a pandemic, and I know we want to return back to normalcy, but we need to do it in a way that protects all students and staff. Parents were given a choice, teachers are not. I only have 2 options: go back to work and risk exposure for myself and potentially bring it home to my 6-month-old son, or not return to a job, students, and district that I love. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right.
Michael Seaton.
Michael Seaton.
Hi, thank you for your time. I spoke previously at another board meeting, and I still have some concerns. I am a teacher at Anchor Bay Middle School South, and I did some additional research on the 2 specific cleaning products that the district is planning on using. And both products are given a grade of a 3 out of 4. A 0 represents minimal hazards, 4 represents significant hazards. Both received a 3 for health. Some of the items listed on the MSD sheet include severe, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get, I don't want to mess the wording up here, serious eye damage, skin irritation, blistering of skin, and to kind of summarize some of the additional things it was talking about, needing proper dry time in between application and its effectiveness. And I know that there was discussion and talk about this happening between classes and students coming in, and I was presenting the question with who's monitoring the air quality to make sure that it is safe, because there can only be so many parts per million in the air to be safe for students and staff and everyone there. I was also talking about having the proper clothing and PPE to use the products to clean. And in fact, it was talking about if it one of the products, if it got on your clothing, it needed to immediately be washed and things of that sort. I just question, is that an environment that we want children to be in, and adults for that matter? That was one concern. And the other is just best practice teaching methods. Many of them are thrown out as a result of having proper social distancing and things of that sort. So I understand that you are all faced with lots of questions, difficult positions. I respect that. And I just ask that you consider these things in making your decisions, and that it's a safe environment for all people to return back into. And I want to thank you for your time, and I wish you the best in your decision.
Thank you for that.
All right.
Michelle, Coach.
Michelle Coach.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. My name is Michelle Koch. I happen to wear 2 hats in the district. I'm a teacher at Anchor Bay Middle School South, and I'm also a parent of an Anchor Bay student who is starting his freshman year at the high school. My son is special needs, and we've had a very long discussion about virtual academy versus face-to-face. With his disability and everything else, he's not able to wear a face mask for extended periods of time. And so we've chosen the virtual academy option. And from sitting in on the teacher meetings for the last 2 days, what we've presented to the parents and the community is not what's being presented to the teachers. Because now all of a sudden what was 2 separate and distinct things, virtual academy being taught by virtual teachers, in face-to-face happening with face-to-face teachers, 2 separate things, following same curriculum, same guidelines, everything else, but 2 separate teachers. And now all of a sudden sitting in teachers meetings, it sounds like, oh, teachers are gonna have to do dual duty. And, oh yeah, you may have 25 regular students face-to-face and 8 more that are virtual for that hour. Well, that's not what you've presented to the community. So that needs to be clarified. Also, the elementary parents said that the elementary wasn't going to have to wear face masks. And we heard this afternoon that elementary K through 5 is going to be wearing face masks. Is that correct?
Go on, and we'll have them address it once all this is done.
Okay. So there's that. And then I've been teaching, I'm starting my 31st year teaching, and I don't know any teacher that doesn't want to teach and do the best job possible. But I think the conditions are overwhelming to us. And with Macomb being a hot spot right now, is it really in our best interest and in the safety of our students and the possibility of, yep, we get to come back for 2 whole days and then we start shutting down buildings or rooms or the district as a whole because of COVID cases? Wouldn't it be better to start remotely and play it by ear maybe for 2nd semester? Those are my concerns as both a teacher and a parent of a special needs kid. I think that there's some definite things that need to be clarified. And I don't think that we have all of the answers. And I know that we're not going to have all the answers today, but 20 days is going to be gone in a flash. And there's just too much uncertainty. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we have a lot of these questions. On the agenda, we have the return to school roadmap again. For any updates there will be. I'll let the administration handle those. But I was alerted to something that I fail to do a lot of times. So Ms. Birkmeyer, can we take a break in the action and do a roll call just so the public knows who's all here?
Mr. Middlestat?
You just say he's here. Yes.
Yes.
Mr. DeRue?
Here.
Ms. Akavetti Hendershot?
Here.
Ms. DeWitt?
Is Marie on, Tim?
I haven't seen her yet. I've looked.
I saw her earlier. I see her on here.
There we go.
You make her a co-host.
Here.
So okay, perfect.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Mr. Green?
Here.
Birkmeyer here. Mr. Moses?
haven't seen Mike unless he's,
Oh, I can see him.
I saw him earlier.
I'm here.
All right.
I'm here.
Him and that great connection. All right. Thank you for that. So everybody's in attendance tonight. All right. Go back to the open forum. Tim, do you got the next speaker?
Jen Massey.
Miss Massey. There she is. There.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jennifer Massey.
Uh-oh, you muted yourself again. I'll ask you, I'll get you.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Massey, and I am a teacher at Middle School North. I've been in the district for 20 years. I've worked at both the elementary and middle school levels. I have gathered my concerns along with some of my colleagues' concerns. Are you aware that the Macomb County COVID positive rate is 8.3%? Are you aware that teachers may have to do virtual and face-to-face learning at the same time during the school day? This means children will not get the full attention of a teacher with regards to either option. That teacher will have to split their time and put one group of students on hold while helping the other group. Are you aware that there is a misconception that teachers have the option of being a virtual teacher? When teachers have requested this, they were directed to a site that referenced all the different types of leave options. There is no teacher choice in this return to school plan. Are you aware that teachers will be physically distancing from their students? This is in the best interest of the safety of the staff and students. Teachers may only be at the front of the room. With this safety measure, student placement within the room creates an inequity between where a student is sitting and how closely the teacher can help everyone. This safety measure also applies to other areas of large group supervision. For example, arrival, dismissal, lunch, and passing times. Are you aware that there are teachers in this district that travel between buildings during the day? This poses a huge issue with exposure. Guidelines state anyone that is less than 6 feet from the infected person for more than 15 minutes should quarantine. This situation could potentially snowball into a super spreader scenario. Are you aware of the financial impact related to the consumable cost of sanitizing multiple surfaces multiple times a day? This includes desks, doorknobs, pencils, sharpeners, devices, manipulatives, textbooks, the list goes on and on. What is to be done with classes that have one set of textbooks for multiple groups of students or hours? Will that be an additional cost the district must absorb? Are you aware that schools will not be doing a health check of students before their arrival to enter the building? We agree with the board members that said, if you can't do it safely, then don't do it. I hope the board can take the time to address these questions and help to come up with an acceptable solution to bring all of us back safely.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Sizemore.
Amy Tarnacki.
Ms. Tarnacki.
Most of you, can you hear me? Just double checking. Okay.
Yeah.
Most of you know me. I've spoken before you many times, but I'm going to take a second to reintroduce myself. My name is Amy Tarnacki. I'm an elementary music specialist in the district. I have also taught band at all levels in the district. I'm here today to represent myself and the other elementary specialist. As a more than 20-year teaching veteran, now entering my 20th year here in Anchor Bay, I can't remember another time in my career filled with this much angst over starting a new school year. First, I want to start by saying I want to be in my classroom. I want to be in front of students. I love my job. I love my students. I always tell my non-teaching friends that what I do is the best job in the world. I know the other elementary specialists feel the same way. We, however, are scared. Why are we scared? Well, you see, as part of our jobs, we teach anywhere from 25 to 35 sections of students a week across multiple buildings. Last year, I taught 35 classes in 4 different buildings. If you do the math, at an average of 25 students per class. That is about 875 students a week, or approximately 175 a day. My actual numbers were higher. The district at this point wants my team to push into classrooms for the safety of the students, and we understand that. This, however, is a recommendation of the governor's roadmap and not a requirement. We have been working to adapt curriculum to meet those needs, but seriously, how do you teach PE in a classroom? Many of our fears come from the unanswered questions we have posed to the district without answers. Am I expected to touch the computers and other materials of 35 other teachers throughout the week? How safe is this for me, for those classroom teachers? How are those items going to be cleaned? How are the materials my colleagues and I are dragging through buildings on a cart being cleaned between classes when our schedules leave no time for transitions as it is? There are so many more questions and concerns that I would be here well beyond my allotted time listing them all. But the biggest fear is what happens when we are exposed to a symptomatic or asymptomatic child one day, teach multiple more classes on that same day, then travel to another building across the district on the next, exposing many more students and staff before finding out about the initial exposure. I will just let you ponder that fear. Board members, your Anchor Bay community of teachers needs answers. Over the past 3 days, administration has been telling us that we, the teachers, will just figure it out, to be fluid and flexible. But I cannot look my colleagues or my students in the eyes and tell them that everything will be okay when I don't believe it will be myself. And I think it is unbelievable that my employers are doing that to me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Next, Mr. Sizemore.
Looks like Jamie Kay.
Jamie K. Jamie K.
Hello.
There you are.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Kay, and I'm both a parent and a member of the Anchor Bay community. I have a series of comments and questions for both the board and Mr. Woodside in relation to its return to learn plans. I had the pleasure of speaking with Yoja Lee Turner from the Macomb County Health Department, whom the board and Mr. Woodside should all know, as she is the point of contact for the health department that is working directly with schools within Macomb County. Her and the Healthy Communities program have been working with all Macomb County school districts, including Anchor Bay, on their return to learn plans. In my conversations with her, a Macomb County Health Department official, she stated that from the data that is currently made available, Macomb County is not experiencing the same phase 4 as other counties. In fact, Macomb County is not even plateauing in cases, but actually experiencing a spike in cases and in infection rates. When I asked her if she has consulted and advised districts with this data, she stated her position was to merely make sure a district's plan is in compliance with the state, but that is ultimately up to the local superintendents and board to analyze local health data to determine their return to learn plans. So this decision that the board made last week holds heavily to the safety to not only staff and students, but the community at large. We have already heard Mr. Woodside's comments both in the last meeting and in the media that he believed face-to-face was not the safest option. Many other superintendents have made their advisement to their school boards on student and safety known. As the superintendent and leader of this district, Mr. Woodside, do you have an official statement or position now to give to the board? So here we are in the area experiencing an alarming spike that even the governor and chief medical executive mentioned today in their press conference, in a district with some of the lowest funded per pupil in the county, with far less resources, rushing a plan together that just meets the bare minimum of the state recommendations to return face-to-face, not to mention likely budget cuts to education from the state to be rolled out in coming weeks. Does the board still truly believe that the face-to-face plan being promised to parents and staff, given the lack of resources and funding this district already faces, is the safest, not just for students and staff, but for the community as a whole. How has the board taken into account community transmission, in which the CDC states schools must take into account when reopening? I ask, what is the science and data backing the board's decision to return face-to-face?
Thank you. I will, like again, during our update on the return to school plan, I'm sure they'll be addressing a lot of these questions. Next speaker, Tim.
Julie Knight.
Who's that? Julie Knight?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello, my name is Julie Knight. I'm a resident in the district, and I'm a very proud Anchor Bay teacher. I teach 4th grade at Great Oaks. I'd first like to thank you for your work and commitments to our district and students. I've been attending board meetings, and I can see how much pressure you're under. As a resident of the district, I'm confused by the budget deficit. As it has been stated by our legislator, that remote learning costs less than in-person learning. There were 3 months of no building use, no bus use, and minimal utilities needed. Why are we starting the school year with such a large deficit? I realize that administration for such a small district has become top-heavy and wondered if this is a part of it. I am also concerned that the district is making efforts to communicate with parents, but not teachers. Parents call me, and it's quite embarrassing to say I've not had those informational presentations. Yesterday was our first, and it was not led by our curriculum leaders, but the head of technology. A productive way might be to have our school board meet on Zoom with teachers. I think you'd be surprised, as student success has always been our top priority, and we would love to have the opportunity to work with you. As a proud elementary teacher for Anchor Bay, my job includes much more than academics. Each year is based on student needs emotionally, mentally, as well as academically. Each group of children take a unique plan to meet their needs. I have never taught at the same pace, using the same lessons. Adaptive lessons, as well as visual, tactile, auditory, and verbal skills during my lessons depend on what the students need. Students need that teacher connection, positive feedback, and a teacher to talk to. Each needs to feel special and encouraged to be the best they can be. This will be very difficult teaching face-to-face and virtual at the same time while staying 6 feet away. From the students, there are plenty of teachers willing to do both, virtual and face-to-face. The other concern is I do not think you made it clear to parents that the classroom teachers somehow would not only be expected to plan and implement face-to-face learning, but also put the day's learning on a virtual platform for students that are learning at home. Usually by now, I could order things. I need to start the classroom. Yes, the teachers I know spend an average of $250 each to get ready for the fall classes. This for me includes mathematic desk plates, snacks and treats for the first day, academic resources and help with catch-up, posters and manipulatives used in my lessons. It also usually takes me a week or more to set up my elementary classroom in a normal school year. This year, I do not even know where to start. And if instead of setting up my cool hands-on table and reading area, should I take those home to make more room or make them available using gloves? The kids get so excited and I hate to take it down. Lastly, please consider working with the ABEA on a letter of agreement. The ABEA leadership is aware of teacher concerns and have on more than one occasion asked us to voice that. This should be a valuable asset for you to help solve many parents and teachers' concerns. Thank you for all you do in these difficult times.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, I was nervous.
That's okay. That's okay. Very nice. Thank you for those comments. Next speaker,
Kimberly Jones.
Kimberly Jones.
Hello, I'm an elementary teacher of nearly 20 years, and I'm speaking tonight to address some concerns I have with face-to-face instruction. I want to get back to work. I don't feel confident that we are truly prepared for in-person instruction, though. Please explain and discuss what has changed from the August 5th board meeting, where all members voiced their concerns about being able to return safely prior to the August 11th vote. There was a 6-1 vote that night for in-person instruction. The board was also presented with information about items such as social distancing and other safety matters that would most likely not work. Nothing except Macomb County being labeled as a hotspot has changed to make the environment safer. What scientific evidence did you take into consideration during this global pandemic? Having things such as long-term health consequences been considered since face-to-face was voted for? What about a simpler matter? School as we knew it will not be school as we've known it in the past during this unprecedented time. It's not always easy to speak up, but doing the right thing isn't always easy either. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, Tim.
Next is Libby.
Libby. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. For those of you that don't already know me, my name's Libby Fortune. I've been at Anchor Bay Elementary art teacher for the past 17 years. And in the past few weeks, I've attended or listened to the Facebook Lives to the board and parent meetings so that I can try to gain an understanding of what I'm walking into on September 8th. My first concern is safety for all. Administrators have said that social distancing will not be able to happen due to the limited space in our rooms, and most people that have been into our elementary classrooms understand why. The lack of social distancing puts us all at high risk of catching COVID since we're confined to a classroom for hours every day. A district presenter referred listeners in a parent meeting to consult the Macomb County Health Department in regards to COVID exposure, so I did. It quoted, "Who's considered a close contact to somebody with COVID? A close contact is anyone who's within 6 feet of an infected person for at least 15 minutes. And that infected person can spread COVID starting at 48 hours before the person has had any symptoms or tested positive. So if they're in our classrooms, we don't know they have it. It could be days and days and days later until they get sick, test positive, and we find out. Yesterday, teachers were invited to Zoom meetings about the Return to Learn plan. One was yesterday afternoon, the second one was this morning. Teachers from all grade levels asked numerous questions about daily routines and nuances that help our children learn and how to maintain social distance and keep them safe. A takeaway is that many details still need to be clearly addressed. I encourage you, the board, to request a list of all those teachers' questions from the chat to help you understand what we're looking at and encounter on a daily basis. I can't list those questions with this time limit. Also from the various meetings, it sounds like all teachers will be teaching simultaneously in their classroom and virtually. How can we do two different jobs and give our attention to both our in-person students and our virtual learners at the same time? We rarely sit down as it is, and we're helping children. We're checking computers before and after school, at lunch and during prep. If we're not going to the copy room, grading, doing data, and all the other things that we do. And now the specials teachers are supposed to, when they use their space, their computer, and they need to access their computer and their files. In conclusion, parents, children, and staff, we really need detailed, clear, organized, and safe protocols in place before the first day of school. And please listen to Jamie Petron when she addresses the board. Although you hear her voice speaking to you, we're for us. So thank you so much for your time. And
All right, perfect. Thank you. All right, next speaker,
Kevin Ott, OTT.
Yep. Kevin?
Good evening, everyone. John, how much time do I have?
3 minutes.
All right, I think I'll be okay. Just real quick, Kevin Ott, I was the former head coach for the Anchor Bay High School swim teams, that's boys and girls. I'm still an active volunteer coach. And I do want to speak on Colleen's behalf because I feel like I'm best suited to do that since I was with the team for 7 years. Since I moved down here from Traverse City, and I can tell you from seeing her as a coach for cross country, seeing her as a supportive mom, and then as primarily the role I see her every day as the aquatics center, basically the facilitator and director there. So the thing that I'm confused on, and I guess I don't need to know the details, but my concern is that, and so also my background, I'm prior military. So my confusion rests in when you go from a disciplinary measure from where there's no other conversations that lead up to like I would call this, like we're processing for a discharge. So if I had a well-performing individual and here they are doing everything we're telling them to do, they've never been reprimanded that I know of. I don't know the whole story, but I doubt that there's ever been a conversation to move this to where it is today, where we're actually talking about her possible termination. So that's my confusion from a military standpoint, is how you go from zero offense, zero disciplinary actions to termination. So something grievous has to have happened, or I would say that the district's putting themselves at risk for litigation. So I know that Colleen's definitely dealt with headwinds administratively, because I have. I know the Anchor Bay process to administratively do things is not the most techie way, and that's nothing on, that's just the process that's in place. So I know there's definitely some things that could be easier or better implemented using technology these days to get the job done, because I had those same headwinds as the head coach. Purchasing gear, how to go about doing that. I know that, but everything that I did, all of my success, we brought 8 division championships to the school. It could not have been, I always say this is a team. It goes from the AD, from the athletic director, to the facilitator, to the custodian, to everyone that's putting that pool to use for our kids. And I'm kind of upset that I'm hearing just recently that this has all come to light, and I felt obligated to speak on her behalf, because it just doesn't seem like you go from zero offense to discharge. If I could speak in military terms, it just doesn't make sense. So when we do that, it doesn't pass the sniff test. That's what we say in the military too. It doesn't pass, so we have to take a deeper look and see what is actually going on. And I hope the board actually does that when they actually do decide, because like I said, it doesn't pass the sniff test, and I don't think we should be here. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Kevin. Next speaker, Tim.
Scott.
Scott, is there a last name?
Yeah, they're calling you.
I got it. Yeah, did that work?
That worked, Scott. How you doing?
All right, pretty good. I'm still trying to figure out this Zoom stuff on my phone here.
All right. Well, you're in. You're on.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm actually kind of upset about what I'm hearing with the Colleen thing. Just seeing her side about it. My kid swims. We deal with Colleen. She's a great person. Great standing character. But personally, as a business owner, from what I'm understanding, to me, if this was in the business world, Anchor Bay would have a lawsuit on its hands. From what I'm hearing now, I don't know the whole story, but I just please recommend, or at least take a look at how we're handling this. I just heard what Kevin had to say as well, and I totally back exactly what he's saying. Can we afford a lawsuit against us because maybe they want somebody out? I don't know the whole situation, but I really, really hope that we take a step back and actually do the right thing here. If somebody was doing something wrong, shouldn't we have caught this 21 years ago, number one? I mean, it's just a lot of it does not sound right to me. And that's really all I really have to say. I'm really in support of Colleen. What a great person. Not one bad thing I could say, and that's just what I see day to day when we go in there and we deal with her, and that's just a character thing. The rest of it, lawsuit-wise, it concerns me how we're handling it, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Scott. Next speaker, Tim.
That's it for right now.
All right. That is it. So we will move to summer programs. I'm going to turn it over to Terry and Joe.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
We have a presentation, so we're going to bring that up, the summer learning opportunities. I'd like to take the time to share with you the great learning opportunities that some of our students participated in this summer during our district summer school. There it is. And just want to talk a little bit. Of course, it was a little different this year because everything was virtual, all the classes that were offered. We started with our Kinder Connect, and that was students that are entering kindergarten, and then also first grade fundamentals, and those are students that were entering first grade. And the main goal for this course, the camp they called them, is to encourage families to read daily and inspire the love of learning. And teachers really provided a lot of critical thinking activities and strategies for families to work on at home during that reading and playtime. So there are some perks with having that online capability where the families can hear what the students are learning through the teachers, and that gave them some tools to work on at home. So I thought that was really, really positive. And the teachers and students interacted in Zoom daily, and they worked on pre-reading skills, concepts such as print awareness, phonemic awareness, oral language, letter sounds, vocabulary and comprehension, of course. There were a total of 24 students that were in the Kinder Connect program and 28 students that were enrolled in the first grade fundamentals program. So it was very positive and a great interaction for those students. The next camp that what we had was STEM and literacy. And the STEM literacy was for second grade through fourth grade. So students that were entering the second through fourth grade. And this was a focus on high interest science. Can we advance the slide? Sorry. And one more. So this focused on high interest science, and they really worked on comprehension strategies, vocabulary and fluency, and there were daily science lessons that happened for these students. It was very positive, a lot of good feedback we had from this camp. There were 31 students that participated in the second through fourth grade camp. So I'm going to pass it over to Joe. He's going to talk about the math mindset that we had for students.
All right, thanks, Terry. Yeah, we're going to talk about Math Mindset. This was a program that actually started in the 8th grade, but over the last couple of years, it evolved into including upper elementary through the 8th grade. So if we go to the next slide, the main idea with Math Mindset is it's a program that's designed to focus on just that, the mindset, and giving kids confidence to build their math skills and their problem solving skills. And I know, with math, there's a lot of our students are defeated from the beginning. And learning those new skills and changing that mindset, kind of the old adage, if you think you can or if you think you can't, you're right. and getting them the skills they need to be more confident. We had 41 total students in the third through fifth grade, and 18 of them enrolled from the middle school. This camp is really, I've gotten a lot of great feedback on how it just changes the mindset for these students. They work through their Zoom on a daily basis. Just got to thank the teachers. As always, the teachers in all of these programs, and especially the mindset programs, really set the tone for the success of the students. And Kathy Gorski coordinated all these programs for Terry and I, and she just did an outstanding job of organizing these programs and making sure that they ran smoothly each day. So we were really pleased with the student engagement through the math mindset and all of them. Next slide, please. I want to also talk to you a little bit about our typical summer school, so to speak, for high school, which focuses on credit recovery. That ran through this summer through June 24th through August 7th. Although I know the coordinator, Rob Tidd, worked with students to continue that needed a little more time, so he extended that deadline there. But some highlights to this program, as you can see there on your screen, with the high school, we had 24 kids, and they were able to recover 32 credits or credits. And Compass Point as well. They worked hard through the summer to keep towards their goal of graduation, and eight kids finished 28 courses. Some of these were unfinished. Some of them they started. With that, we're pleased to announce that 4 additional students from Compass Point were able to reach their graduation requirements when they weren't ready when we graduated those other students, and now they join their peers as being graduates, and we have a total of 8 graduates now from Compass Point. So we're really pleased with that, and want to also thank Rob Tidd for overseeing these programs, encouraging these kids, these students, and also I know he extended it a little bit because the kids need a little extra time, and we appreciate that. So very successful overall the summer, especially with the fact the circumstances that we're all surrounded with. So great job over the summer.
All right. Any questions for Mr. McDonald or Mr. Wedge? Comments from the board? All right. Seeing none, we'll move to the district goals for 2020-2021 with is Todd going to start that?
Yeah, Anita. So if I could have Anita pull up that presentation. Thank you, Anita. Good evening, board. This evening, yeah, we have a presentation for you this evening. Share with you some of our.
Hold on,
Hold on. Yep. Sorry.
1 second.
Yep.
I don't know why it went blank for a second there. Okay, sorry. Are you able to see that? I don't
Yeah,
know.
we can see it. It's just not in the presentation mode.
I don't know why it's doing that. Tim also has it if something on my computer has done something funky. I apologize.
Right, if we could, while you guys are figuring that out, I'm getting a bunch of messages of people. I don't know if Tim, there were some people that were trying to get in to talk. So there's about 4 of them. Or 5. I just want to give them a chance real quick here because of everything that's going on in this meeting. So we'll start with Dennis Richards. And you guys can try to get that stuff figured out with that.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Drew.
Yeah, I apologize for that. It's probably just miscommunication.
Yeah, technology, I get it.
Yep.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I stand with Colleen Mellon in her defense against what I feel is unjustified actions from the Anchor Bay School administration. My interactions with Colleen have always been professional. Colleen has worked tirelessly at the Anchor Bay Aquatic Center to provide the best possible programs and services for our district and community. Colleen has never had a negative evaluation or a written reprimand in her 20+ years of service to this district. I am tired of having high-quality teachers and staff be terminated or even leave our district due to the short-sighted and selfish actions of this district. And I look forward to hearing more from Colleen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. We'll go to Lori Smith.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Good evening. I'm very nervous, so I'll apologize ahead of time. My name is Lori Smith, and I'm here speaking as both an Anchor Bay teacher of 15 years and a parent in our district. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight. And I want it said right off the bat, I want you to know that I desperately want to be back in my classroom with my students. To the point I'm almost in tears, but I want to come back when it's safe. During the last 2 board meetings, I listened to board members voice many concerns and doubts about our district's ability to implement the necessary safety protocols. I appreciate that you were asking really tough questions, and I could tell that you were really grappling with the moral question of how to protect students and staff in our buildings. But here we are. It's a little under 3 weeks from the first day of school. Our highest priority has to be the safety of students and staff. And there are still so many unanswered questions and safety issues that still need to be resolved. Great efforts have been made so far, but are we all truly confident that the issues can all be properly addressed by September 8th? I'm asking the board members to please keep an active pulse on the progress of the implementation of safety procedures and continue to ask questions. If proper protocols cannot be 100% in place, I'm asking you to rethink your decision on option 2 and instead opt for a plan that will allow time to work through the issues and bring everyone back when it's safe for all. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Go to Colleen Prokop.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Well, I've spoken before, so I think you may remember that I'm a 2nd grade teacher at Great Oaks Elementary, and this will begin my 31st year in the district. Something you may not know about me, however, is that my husband and I have 5 children between the 2 of us, and 4 are currently enrolled in universities. But all 4 of the universities that my adult children attend opted and informed my children that they will have face-to-face instruction, or that they would not have face-to-face instruction. It was chosen for them despite the fact that my adult children make all the other adult decisions in their adult lives. Furthermore, my youngest son was supposed to go to boot camp this summer in the Marine Corps in California. However, the Marine Corps did not think that with reservists going in that they could properly social distance Marine recruits and keep them safe. So my son has been put on hold. This with probably one of the healthiest populations in the United States. These recruits have no pre-existing conditions. They have age on their side and they are in top physical condition. And they are in an institution being trained that is clean, orderly, high functioning, and well funded. And yet, without proper social distancing, the Marine Corps did not think that they could take my son at this time. So this is concerning me greatly. Frankly, I have to tell you my very deep concern about sending these young, naive, and innocent children back to school where they may unwittingly expose themselves further to the virus. We have already admitted that we cannot adequately social distance our students. In addition, we have recently been given a long laundry list of additional tasks that we need to do in order to make this happen in the fall, to make this face-to-face instruction happen. These tasks include, but are not limited to cleaning and disinfecting, trying to enforce social distancing without the proper spacing, teaching virtually at the same time as teaching face-to-face, not only writing lesson plans, but linking lessons and materials in Schoology on the daily, and then still continuing to do all the same things that we do as regular teachers: instruction, monitoring and differentiating, I guess both face-to-face and remotely, answering emails, phone calls, checking, recording student work, and additionally troubleshooting IT problems with our students. Honestly, I have to tell you, teaching in the classroom every day is already way beyond a full-time job. I found teaching remotely also way beyond a full-time job, and now I'm giving the responsibility of doing both at the same time, and in some cases simultaneously. I'm just wondering when this ever caps. Is there ever a ceiling from what I'm asked to do? Because
Ms.
honestly,
Prokop, I don't want to interrupt you. I want you to be able to finish, but you're at 4 minutes and I just got some other people to speak, but go ahead and finish up. I apologize.
I just feel like these expectations are so unrealistic. Furthermore, I'm hoping that just like these large places, these large institutions, that you will use more than just popular opinion to make your decisions, that you would use history, current observations, science, and your own conscience in determining our future steps. And I would also like to encourage you to use and utilize the association to help you in your planning. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Trish Gorky. Is Trish Gorky out there still?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. Thanks. Hi, my name is Trish Gerke, and I've been teaching the district also for quite a few years, 19 years. And like a few of our teachers that have spoke tonight, I've also taught at the elementary and the middle school level. I'm currently at the middle school level, and I love my job, and I can't wait to be able to get back to the classroom, just like all my colleagues have said as well. I did want to thank everybody involved in planning the 2021 school year, from administrations to teachers that have worked on the planning committees, the technology coaches, the union presidents and the vice presidents and the members of the school board, for your tireless hours that you're putting into making sure that we get back to school safely. We know there's a lot of time and energy spent. I also want to really thank administration today, specifically for listening to our concerns about the elementary students wearing masks. As we have been told over and over again, masks save lives. So stretching that and expanding that to K-5, you know, you listen to us, and we really, really appreciate you taking those concerns and taking action on that. So thank you for that. Unfortunately, we still have some teachers, many of us, after being in several meetings today, that are still not feeling quite safe enough for the environment that is currently being presented to us. For the last 19 years, I've had the same conversation with my students at the beginning of every single year that I've had with my own children growing up. I start saying at the beginning of every year that all students need to be HHSC at school. They need to be healthy, happy, safe, and comfortable. Now, we know that there's things at home that happen, such as parent divorces or parents losing jobs or losing a grandparent or a pet or whatever the case may be, over and over, that we want them to feel safe at teach with that doesn't feel the same way. We want them to feel safe. And if they don't feel healthy, find a trusted adult in the building that they can go to help problem solve any issue that they may have. They find that trusted adult, and hopefully that's somebody they can go to throughout the year. All right, well, here I am practicing what I preach, and I'm using my own words because many of the staff members do not feel healthy. Well, they're healthy right now, but they don't feel safe and comfortable going back to work. Many of us want to go back to work, but we do not feel it's a safe environment, and a safe environment is negotiated in our contract, which is why we have we want to open it up. We need to bargain. We need to get some of these new procedures and some new expectations that we're hearing. We need to have things in place. Are we going to be able to do that in the next 20 days? That's a big concern for all of us. So I wanted to bring up a couple of concerns that some colleagues and I have come up with, but a lot of those issues have been addressed. We're concerned about teacher placements. None of us, we have a placement, but we don't know, does that mean that we are all placed in a face-to-face situation? And we're just going to be thrown into a virtual situation once the numbers come in? That's a big concern. We also want to know when the contract is going to be opened up for rebargaining for these different situations. So if you could take the time to give us an answer on that, that would be fantastic. My other concerns that were here have already been addressed. So thank you very much for your time.
Yep, thank you for your comments. We'll go with Deb Lawrence. There she is. Debbie Lawrence, sorry. Oh, let me ask to unmute her again.
There we go.
Perfect.
I was trying to unmute. As you said, my name is Debbie Lawrence, and I teach third grade for the district. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I would like to address the board regarding teachers being responsible to teach both virtual and face-to-face. This was quite a surprise for us today during our morning meeting with administration. Note that I will be speaking mainly for elementary teachers. They've expressed their concerns. I've tried to incorporate them in here. Some teachers said I could use their names. Some asked not over concerns of being tenured, etc. So do know that I'm speaking for others, but I will not include any names. There has been too much distance between teachers and administration. Now more than ever, we need to work together to communicate with each other. There were two options presented to the parents, and nothing was mentioned that one teacher will be doing both positions. Even with my 15 years of experience, there are not enough hours in the day for me to pull this off successfully, nor do I have the equipment in my classroom. There's no Wi-Fi, no web cameras. Many teachers are more than willing to go back face-to-face with a clear, organized, and enforced safety protocols. As I mentioned this morning, we were in a meeting, and I believe it was Joe that said, and this stands out with me, teachers take pride in their works and they have reputations. Well, I couldn't agree more. We should continue to provide the high level of time and attention and learning to all of that our students are accustomed to. To accomplish this, we should already have more answers than we do. I was so surprised over the last couple of days as to how little is known of our plan. We have been given vague answers, told it will be worked out by building level, or look at the state roadmap, or just let your building principal know what you need and we'll get it to you. That doesn't happen. Can you imagine if I were at an open house meeting and I told my parents, oh, I'll just figure it out as we go along, or don't worry, it'll all come together, someone will pitch in, or just go look at the district roadmap. Those parents would be in the office so fast and I would be told to do it again and do it correctly. I know that lots of things will be worked out by building level. However, so many questions and concerns don't have a solution yet. Some are understandable because we are in a pandemic. However, many could have been addressed by now and have not. I was all ready to come back to work face-to-face, anxious, excited. Now I'm really concerned over the last couple of days and the answers that we've been given. We totally understand that we just aren't going to be able to do things the way we are used to. I get it. Teachers have always been flexible, willing to go above and beyond. We purchase items for our class with our own money. Even when my pay was frozen for many years and I was single on my own, I still bought for my class. So it's not a matter of teachers pitching in or helping out or stepping up. We need solid direction. Some of the things assumed that teachers will just do. However, it's just not possible. We were told today that during our independent work time, we can teach on the virtual side. Well, in elementary, there's not independent work time. They're 8 years old, and usually 2 to 5 students are reading 2 grade levels below in my class every year. Independent time is where I work with those students who can't read the directions, let alone the multiple choice questions, etc. I am very concerned that we're being set up for failure, and we've always tried not to do this to our students. We need some answers, and I hope that you can help with this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. All right, we'll move to Natalie Johnston.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, just making sure you can hear me.
Yep, you're up.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm speaking on behalf of 3/4 of the ECSE teachers who have the same concerns as I do. I sent a letter to the board meeting and administration and didn't receive any replies, so I'd like to be the voice of our ECSE teachers. This is my letter. To the members of the Anchor Bay School Board, as you, the members of our Anchor Bay School Board, casted your votes for the return to school plan and the decision that was made to return in person or virtual, I was left with a knot in my stomach and tears rolling down my face. How am I going to feel safe returning as a teacher when the director stated there will be no social distancing on buses or in classrooms with 80% of our student population returning? How will I feel safe when my ECSE students aren't required to wear a mask in the classroom? That may have changed, but we weren't given direction yet. Are there going to be smaller class sizes in my classroom filled with students ranging from ages 2.5 to 5 with special needs who don't understand what social distancing is or how to control their bodily fluids? These are just a few of the thoughts that immediately crossed my mind as I sat in the Zoom meeting staring at my screen in disbelief. As a member of the community, I could only hope that our school board was there to represent the teachers and staff, as well as the families in our district, to keep everyone safe when returning to school, whether that be in person or virtually. As I stated, I'm one of the district's ECSE teachers. For those of you who don't know, it's our early childhood special education classroom, which I didn't hear mentioned or addressed once in the return to school plan for face-to-face. The safety and consideration of all students and staff should be the top priority in a school district at all times, especially during a worldwide pandemic. As you may not all have much knowledge on what a day in ECSE looks like, I'll take this opportunity to give a brief insight as to why I don't feel it's safe to return for myself, my paraprofessional, or my students. We typically have two classes, an AM class and a PM class, which consists of 12 students in each. The students range from ages 2.5 to 5 and have a variety of abilities and disabilities. Some, such as autism, Down syndrome, speech and language delays, emotional impairments, and the list goes on. All of the learning done in our classroom is hands-on and teacher-directed, usually one-on-one or in small groups, which requires touching of manipulatives, physical contact from the teacher, and being in close proximity to one another. Aside from being little, these students present with many challenges that make them unable to follow simple directions and make appropriate behavior choices while at school. So this leads me to the many concerns I have regarding safely returning. How are my students going to ever understand social distancing? We have 12 lockers that are shared. The plan states everyone will get their own. Where are these extra lockers coming from? Who will sanitize and clean with enough time between each of my classes while lunches are taking places and janitors are needed? How do I stay 6 feet apart from my students when they need a diaper change, a handheld to make a safe transition, a visual shown to them because they are nonverbal, a nose wipe, academic support that requires hand over hand to learn how to write, for example? How are my students not going to have an increase in behaviors when they are expected to stay in their classroom all day without movement breaks and opportunities out of the room? What about the students who spit, kick, bite, hit other students and staff, even the little ones who sneeze all over us, for example? How is the ample amount of learning going to occur when my students need to wash their hands at least 5 times a day when they're entering the room, leaving the room, before snack, after snack, and that's only accounting for 1 trip to the bathroom? Do you know how long it takes 2.5 to 5-year-olds to wash their hands, let alone those with special needs? We're going to spend almost our entire 2.5 hours I'm with them, washing hands and managing our behaviors to the very best we can to keep students safe and away from one another while at school. Where is the time from learning? I'm going to skip a little ahead so I'm not
Yeah, we're at
over
4.5
my
minutes. So if you can just,
Okay,
I don't
I'll
want to
wrap
cut
it
you
up.
off. No, I don't want you to cut you off. If you can just skip to the end or
Okay.
Just get out what you want to get out. I appreciate you coming on and giving your thoughts.
Well, thank you. And I just wrote, I love each of my students as they were my own. I often reference to them as my kids when I talk about school. Their safety, as well as my family's, is a top priority. And I would hope that the board considers our families as teachers just as much as they consider the public's view as families. We recently had a newborn at home, and her safety is considered day in and day out. I know that parents assumed all teachers are going grocery shopping, all teachers are hanging out with friends, all teachers are going to restaurants. My family has done none of the above. So I'm just asking that the board takes the time to reconsider a virtual start until it is safe for all students and staff to return. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Kelly Roberts.
Hi, my name is Kelly Roberts, and I'm a teacher in the district. Tonight I've been asked to read a letter from some of the kindergarten teachers in the district. So here goes. We in kindergarten love our students and are concerned about meeting their social, emotional needs, physical needs, and educational needs. We want to be in the classroom, but we don't see that this can be a successful learning environment and provide a safe and healthy day for our young students at this time. We feel that we need more guidelines and solutions before we are ready to safely go back. This is a summary of our greatest concerns. Many kindergarten students have extreme separation anxiety and have great difficulty in the beginning of the year. We will be limited in our ability to comfort and nurture them due to social distancing. Kindergarten students have not been to elementary school before and are not familiar with school routines. They are not independent and often need help with shoes and clothing, pencil grips, snack containers, and backpacks. We will not be able to social distance and attend to their needs. We are concerned about the sanitation of the bathroom considering how often it will be used and the difficulties children of this age have with proper bathroom etiquette. Kindergarten dismissal has been done with 5th grade helpers in the past. It is important that students get to SAC, if it is offered, onto the correct bus or to the proper pickup person. We are concerned about the importance of this routine. Students cannot be assessed one-on-one as done in the past due to social distancing. That is the only way that they are able to demonstrate what they know at this developmental level. We do most of our teaching through small groups. We have been told that it won't be possible. It is extremely difficult to achieve the same results through whole group instruction. Students of this age will have difficulty staying in their seat for prolonged periods of time. They will not even be leaving the room to go to specials or to eat lunch. Developmentally, this is not appropriate, and we do not want to create an environment that will cause these young children great stress. Inclement weather will make it impossible to take the children outside on many days during the year. Tables do not allow for recommended social distancing. We have been given conflicting information on whether we will be giving dividers or given desks. Contractually, we understand that we can have up to 27 children. However, given the current situation, smaller class sizes would help to support the developmental growth needed for kindergarten students. We hope that you will consider our unique early childhood needs. Many of the decisions that have been made may work for older students, but the children in kindergarten have needs that require careful consideration. Sincerely, concerned Anchor Bay kindergarten teachers.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Sarah Hurley. Is Sarah Hurley out there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
unmuting.
Sorry. No, I apologize. Go ahead. Oh, now we muted you somehow.
Okay,
There
now
we
can you hear me?
Go quick. No, just kidding.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sarah Hurley. I teach 1st grade at Lottie Schmidt Elementary, and I absolutely love what I do. As a teacher, I would like to acknowledge the parents' concern of wanting your children to be taught in person. I get it, and I truly feel for you. I'm here before you to say I'm here before you to say what the district is presenting to our Anchor Bay community of teaching both models, virtually through Schoology and face-to-face simultaneously, is not possible at the elementary, or more specifically, the lower elementary level. Schoology is by nature a storage warehouse for teachers to store our teaching materials within that warehouse. What makes Schoology a complete, full capacity model of virtual teaching are the hours upon hours of teacher time to change those teaching materials held within that folder into virtual documents, virtual read-alouds, and virtual interactive lessons. So you see, Schoology is nothing more than a file folder until we, the teachers, put in those hundreds and hundreds of necessary hours behind the scenes. This last spring, we were ordered to simply use Schoology as an enrichment tool to fill the void created as the governor had shut us all down. Our Anchor Bay parents wholeheartedly, overwhelmingly stated that they were very unhappy, with that approach at our last board meeting. During this enrichment Schoology period, I personally spent more hours than I have ever spent. I'm talking 40, 60 and plus hours on developing lessons. At that time, I only had to develop 8 lessons a week for my students and for my class. You are now being promised and shown models by administrative members, models of Schoology that involves amazing hours of behind the scenes work on the part of your teachers. Please understand that an elementary educator teaches 6+ subjects a day. We teach them all inclusively and with curriculum that is mostly teacher generated and teacher created. So the elementary is now being expected to have 6+ lessons every single day via Schoology, in addition to our already very consuming job of teaching children in person. Just with in-person teaching alone on my plate, I very often do not leave my school building until 7 o'clock at night. Most nights, I am additionally taking an hour or so work home to do during my relaxation time in the evening. I have heard it stated at Zoom meetings that I have attended in the past 2 days that all teachers will keep their Schoology sites current to the day and or time while teaching face-to-face as well. What they are presenting to you is simply not possible within the lower elementary classroom. We must be in close proximity to our students, very much like a parent of young children. Just imagine your homes plus 20 some additional children. Teaching face-to-face is wholeheartedly an exceptionally consuming job. I ask all of our Anchor Bay board to reconsider the decision that was voted on at the last board meeting. The virtual mode that is now being pushed very strongly in Anchor Bay is something completely different and completely not possible for the lower elementary educator to be able to do so successfully.
I don't want to interrupt. I mean, finish up, but
I'm
we're at
almost
a
done.
little over 4 minutes. Okay.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm almost done.
No, that's
I
fine.
say this with passion for all of my Anchor Bay students that truly deserve our best. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Sorry about that. I just
That's
wanted
okay.
to thank you. All right. We'll go to William Boyd. We just got a couple more here. William Boyd.
I don't see him in here.
Okay. We have another open forum. So there's just two more. Shelley Berger Finatieri.
Boyd is here. He's
He is?
not.
What's he labeled as?
I don't know. I'm just getting private messages saying he's here.
That's
He's saying, "Can you hear me?"
no.
Go to your next one, and it's either William Boyd or Natalie. He said.
Shelley Finatieri.
Here's Shelley Vinatieri. All right, we'll go with Shelley right now, and then we'll look for. If you can, tell Boyd to message us and then we can find him while Shelley's talking. There we go. We can hear you.
All right, very good. So I am speaking on behalf of Colleen Mellon. And I would like to say I'm very concerned about the unwarranted disciplinary action against Colleen Mellon from administration. I've worked with Colleen for 8 years. And during the time, I'm an aerobics instructor. So I've worked with Colleen for 8 years. And during the time, she has been the utmost professional. Colleen, first priority is safety. And it is reflected in her excellent safety record. The Aquatic Center is open approximately 80 hours a week, which requires adequate employee coverage. To ensure proper coverage, Colleen worked countless hours overtime. She has covered shifts and classes when employees call in sick. Colleen works split shifts, so she can be there during the morning classes and activities, as well as the evening classes and swim club. Colleen has effectively run the Aquatic Center with limited staff support. The Aquatic Center operates on those hours with only one management position, hers. That means she is solely responsible for all aspects of management: safety, emergency action plans, inspections, upkeep, department budgeting, pool activities, scheduling, employee coveraging, etc. while mitigating the inherited risk with a community pool. Colleen has done this for over 20 years effectively and gracefully. I'm a grown adult who has been in the working force for over 30 years. I've had many bosses, good and bad. Colleen is definitely one of the best. Anchor Bay School District is very lucky to have her, and we should support her and treat her like the gem that she truly is. Colleen has also served as the girls cross country track coach for many years. Colleen brings a positive community experience to our school district like no other employee. As someone that has worked for Colleen, I can honestly say that she is understanding, she is fair, she is a mentor, as well as a role model. I trust, as well as many others, I trust that the board does the right thing by reinstating Colleen Mellon to her job as Aquatic Center coordinator and treats her with the respect that she deserves and has earned. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Did you hear from Mr. Boyd?
I found him. He's under a phone number. I'm going to try to unmute him right now. All right, can Tim maybe do it? Because it's not letting me unmute him, but he's the phone number 586-205-1582.
All right, I just asked to unmute it.
Perfect. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Lisa. Mr. Boyd? Does it say unmuted, Tim?
Yeah, no, not yet. He has to unmute it. I mean, I've asked him to unmute it.
Oh, okay.
All right, can you text them while we have someone else speak real quick, Lisa? Janine Schoening, S-Choening.
Got her.
Hello, I'm Jeannie
Hello.
Schoening.
Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
I'll try to keep this short because I know a lot of my colleagues kind of express the same concerns I have. I'm a second grade teacher at Ashley Elementary and have been with the district for over 20 years. I usually stay quiet and go with the flow. This is actually my first time speaking at a board meeting. However, as a teacher and a district parent, I have many concerns and great anxiety regarding the reopening of our schools. I am hoping you can shed some insight that will help ease my anxiety about returning to school with the current plan. As teachers, we are waiting for many answers on how school will reopen. Over the last 2 days, we have been told that teachers will likely be teaching virtually and face-to-face simultaneously. As a teacher, I'm not sure how this would be effective for either group of students, and it's an impossible task. This is asking a teacher to do 2 full-time jobs daily. As a parent, this scares me because I know that teachers will be spread too thin and it will be difficult for them to maintain the teaching excellence that Anchor Bay is known for. Furthermore, these same teachers who are virtually teaching and face-to-face at the same time will also be pulled to sub during the prep times when a substitute is not available due to our sub shortage. When I attended the parent meeting, there was a full schedule as an example of what virtual would look like for students. However, with the district's plan of having teachers teach both virtually and face-to-face simultaneously, it will be impossible to uphold a similar schedule. I also think it is important to share with parents that school will not look like school has looked before. According to our daily health screen that teachers need to undergo each day, teachers are being asked to social distance while at school, which means a 6-foot distance from students. How will I, as an elementary teacher, accomplish that? It will be an ongoing struggle between trying to do what's right for my student learning, and what is right for the health of us all. Teachers will not be able to have group work, learning centers, or many of the other teaching practices that make in-person learning so effective. Students will need to stay at their desks all day, as lunch and specials will also be in the classroom. The list goes on and on of the concerns I have. As a teacher, I understand the importance of face-to-face learning and want to be back in the classroom, but safety needs to come first. At a time when the 7 school board members aren't coming together in the same room for a meeting where social distancing is possible, how are you asking the students and teachers to come together in a non-socially distanced classroom? This summer, I taught virtual summer school. During this time, I taught actual lessons daily through Zoom, and the students were engaged. This allowed me as a teacher to do the teaching, and parents were only there for support, as they would typically be for homework. Virtual learning can be successful and keep us all safe. It can work if we are given an opportunity to show the community. With all the uncertainty and unanswered questions, it just does not seem like a good idea to come back for face-to-face learning just yet. There have been many schools on the news that thought they had solid plans, yet were still unsuccessful opening. I am asking the board to reconsider their decision in order to keep our children and our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Did you get Mr. Boyd, Ms. Burkmeyer?
He says it keeps telling him that only the host can unmute him, but he sent me his statement. I can read it.
Okay.
All right. So his name is William Boyd. He wrote, "Good evening. My name is William Boyd, and as a parent of Anchor Bay School District children and a business owner in the community, I am speaking today to voice my support of Mike Giannoni being hired to fill the vacant physical education teaching position. The Anchor Bay administration has dragged their feet long enough, and the time to act is now. In the face of the COVID health pandemic, Coach G has continued to do what he does best, lead and mentor the youth of our community. If you've seen Mike coach, even if it's only for a few minutes, you will see a man who is passionate and determined about teaching student athletes. His commitment is illustrated in his thoughtful interactions with players to his almost daily end of practice speeches that contain important life lessons. If hired, it is evident he will apply the same effort and enthusiasm you see in his practices to each and every student in his classes. Every day we see or hear about politics. It's everywhere we turn, everywhere we go. Parents and students are tired of seeing politics within our school district. When is it going to be about the kids again? Last week was the first time in a while I've seen decisions made based on the students. I'm hoping that continues tonight with the hiring of Mike Giannoni. Thank you."
All right. And again, that was from Mr. Boyd, William Boyd. And the last one I have here is a Marcia Paquette. I'll ask, there we go.
Hi. Good evening. So I really wasn't going to come on to speak today, but after listening to everything, I kind of have a few concerns. We all know the world's going crazy right now. We all know COVID is around. It's going to be around forever. We have to adjust, and I've adjusted. I've seen grocery stores, shopping plazas, everybody adjusts to make it work, to make it better, make it through, change their plans, figure it out. If they can do it, the schools can do it, and the teachers can do it. And we have to show these kids that we can adjust and adapt and make it work so they can get their education. I understand everyone's concerns as a teacher, as a parent, working in a district myself. But if we can't show them that we can do this, they're not going to adjust and adapt to every single thing that happens in their lives every single day. My kids want to go back. They 100% know this is not going to be a normal school year. Everybody knows this. But if we're not showing them that this is possible, how can we do that? And I can tell you, as a parent, I have not had 100% perfection through my kids' school education. So as teachers and administrators and staff in schools, it's not going to be perfect. We have to adjust what we do as we go to make it work for these kids. Keep ourselves safe. If grocery stores can do it, gas stations can do it, people everywhere can do it, the schools can do it. And I've heard no positive from the teachers, which is so disheartening, because the teachers that I want my kids to go back to are petrified. We have to be tough for our kids, and that's not being tough for our kids. It's not being strong for them. That's not showing them they can get past everything. My kids know that it's not going to be normal, just like everyone else's kids. But if my 11 and 13-year-old can do it, everyone else can do it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right. Sorry. All right. Mr. Rathbun?
Oh, too late. I'm already muted.
All right, back to the, and thanks everybody that spoke in the public comment. I hope we hit everybody, and those that might be still out there that want to speak, we do have a second public comment at the end of the meeting, but I think we hit everybody for now. So we'll go to the district goals for 2020, 2021.
Good evening, board members. We're going to walk you through our presentation tonight. We want to talk about some of the good things that we're doing here at Anchor Bay. We're going to start out by talking about some of the budget-ish items and for the upcoming year and for years past. We'll talk a little bit about the academics and how we've performed in recent years. And then we'll talk a little bit about our goals for the 2021 school year. So I'll start out by talking about budget. Anita, if I can have you, move to the next slide. So the slide that we have before us this evening, I think, is a slide that the board has seen before. This is for the 2021 school year, but what it gives you there is it gives you information about the foundation allowance that we receive from the state of Michigan. So this is our per pupil funding that we receive. You can see there that, it ranges all the way from $98.63 per student at Centerline, all the way down to $8,111 per student at Anchor Bay. Richmond, Armada, Chip Valley, and New Haven also have that lowest funded number of $8,111. So, we're expected to do and perform the same as some of those higher funded districts with lower funded foundation. So, and we do a really good job about that, and we'll talk about that a little bit more as well. Next slide, please. This here's a summary, gives you a historical look at what our foundation has been. You'll remember back in 2020 during the Great Depression there when we had a cut down from the 7,300 to 6,800. And since then, it's kind of built back up to that $8,111 in 2020. Next slide. Here we have our percent fund equity balance. You can see there that that has trended along between 7.26 to 7.96 in 2018, 2019. Although we don't have our audited final for this year, we are expected to see our fund balance dip below the 5% financial warning to about 2.93. And then we have talked a little bit about how we're going to try and remedy that in the future through being smart about our fiscal spending and then also looking for revenue opportunities. But that is where we expect to end up the 1920 school year.
Hey, Todd, can you explain that 5% again?
I'm sorry. Yes, if you can back up for a second, Anita, please. Yeah, so the 5% is a number that the Michigan Department of Treasury has indicated that is a number that any district that is below that, they consider to be a district that is financially in distress. Along with that comes some monitoring that the Department of Treasury does, and they will get in contact with us as soon as our audit is complete, and they will start working with us to talk about plans to increase our foundation above that 5% financial distress line.
So we're projecting that we're going to be in financial distress.
Correct. Okay. And then this gives you just a look at, this is going back a year, 18-19, the 2019-20 information for all the Macomb County schools was not currently available, but this kind of gives you an idea of where we rank for the 18-19 school year. You can see we're kind of in the middle there. But again, we anticipate for the 2019-20 school year, our foundation will go down. Next slide. The reason I wanted to share this with you is I think one of the things that I think is really good about what's transpiring here at Anchor Bay is the administrative costs are relatively low compared to the folks in Macomb County as well as across the state. So we're doing a really good job of containing our administrative costs, and you can see there that Anchor Bay ranks 714 out of 827 districts in the state. This is actually one of the areas where you want to rank low. We want to be ranked low in terms of the amount of administrative costs we spend. So the lower you are, the better. And in this case, a very good sign that Anchor Bay is doing the right thing. And if needed, you'll flip to the next page. You'll see there that we're actually doing a really good job of keeping most of our expenditures in the basic construction area. And you can see there that we're at 5,119. The graphic might be a little deceiving if you're just looking at the graphic because it looks like the rest of Macomb County is considerably higher, but that's really a difference of only about $100. And as you'll recall at the beginning of this presentation, there are a number of districts that are receiving close to $1,500, $1,600 more per student. So for them to only be able to spend $100 more than Anchor Bay is spending is really good. And so you see here that if we look at kind of our percentage, we're roughly spending about 65% of our foundation allowance is going into basic construction. Another 15% is going into our added needs instruction. And so that gives us about 80% of our costs going to the classroom. And I think in the slides ahead that Terry or Joe will speak to, you'll see the success that we've had by making sure that we get enough funds into the classroom. We always want to strive to get more so that our teachers can do what they do in the excellent fashion that they do it. So with that, I'll turn it over to Terry or Joe.
Sounds good. So this spring, the state decided to waive the state testing due to the quarantine, and we would normally be sharing our results. So we decided to bring back our spring 2019 test results and boast about those again and about the great successes that we have in the district. So in 18 of the proficiency categories for the 2019 testing, Anchor Bay placed first in Macomb County in 7 of the categories and second place in 5 of the categories. Next slide. And for 3rd grade M-STEP, we're looking at the language arts. We're first with the county average was 43.6 and we were 60.6. With math, we were first also for 3rd grade, and that was the county average was 47.9 and we were 66.6. 4th grade, we were first again for language arts. The county average was 46.8 and we were 61.1. And we were first for 4th grade math in the county, and that was 40.4 and we were 61.4. So excellent job. 5th grade, we're looking at first for language arts again. 48.2 was the county average. We scored 66.9. And in math, we were second place. County average was 37.5. We were 59.9. And then social studies, we were second place. And social studies for 5th grade, the county average was 17.5 and we were at 27.5. So we do an excellent job, and we're very proud of all of our staff, all of our students that work hard every day. We're going to move on to middle school.
All right, that's my cue. So just share with you again the middle school scores, as you can see there. In English, language arts, we were 4th in the county, 13 points above the average. And in math, it's one of our highlights in the secondary as being number 1 in 6th grade math with 53.2% proficiency, well above the county average. All right, 7th grade did well as well. We were, as you can see, 4th in the county in English and number 2 in math. Again, well above those averages, and I'm very proud of that work. 8th grade. In 8th grade, the test had switched to the PSAT 8, 9, and just to add with that, moving into next year, right now these tests are still scheduled. So the fall assessment dates, they did open up the windows for those, and we look forward to improving on the where we've been in the English language arts. You can see we were number 3. In the math portion of that test, we were number 2, 54.6, well above the average. And in social studies, we tied for first, but A comes before U, so we were number 1 there on that list in the social studies. So our staff has been doing a great job, and we know that as we move into this year's tests, we will look forward for those scores and see how we do next year. We can move to the 11th grade. Also in the 11th grade, the SAT is in also the social studies. We were 3rd in social studies, 53.3, well above that average. And in math, we placed 2nd in the SAT and in math, and 3rd when you take out the SAT English, 65.8, again well above the county average. And when you combine the 2 of those on the next slide, you can see that when you put the math and the English together, we were 2nd in the county at 1,032 for the combined score. Just to give a little update, as with the PSAT, when we move into 2020, as Terry said, since the testing did not occur last spring, our 2020 juniors who from the 1920 school year, who are this year's seniors, will be scheduled to test in the fall. And right now those tests are still scheduled, and we're waiting for some more information from College Board if there's any contingency with an online version with that. But right now they're still scheduled, and then this year's juniors will be scheduled for the spring school day assessment. So as of right now, the SATs are still planned for the fall and the spring. That is just a recap of our student achievement data. Thank you.
Can I throw an update too? We were supposed to have kindergarten readiness assessment that was supposed to be done this year, and that has been suspended. Just found that out today through the state. So kindergarten readiness will not happen this year.
Assessment.
All right. As it follows suit with the organizational meeting, kind of a renewed sense into next year, we want to look ahead and kind of refresh everyone's memories on the district goals and how they get created each year. So we want to remind you that the strategic plan is the overarching process used to keep our district moving forward and focused on our mission. It began in 2016 with a large group of our school community, including teachers, parents, business leaders, clergy, administrators, and support staff. Their work centered on 3 key questions: where are we now, where are we going, and how will we get there? From that work, the goal areas were created, and they are curriculum goals, which is the continuous review of the pre-K through 12th grade curriculum, implementation of courses that develop and encourage intellectual tenacity to prepare our students for the real world, and continuously revise and review the district's multi-tiered support systems. Our work was obviously cut short last March. However, we wanted to put this back in front of the board again and share our plans for the coming year. We want to make sure that we adjust our strategies to new requirements that we have. Certainly COVID is changing and putting a renewed focus on technology. So in the technology area, our committee work will start with an assessment of the technology tools and devices. That's already underway. You see a recommendation here tonight as well. The goals still remain incorporating technology into training, integration of technology driven by the curriculum, and increasing instructional availability to technology equipment. We also have a communication area. The communication goals are to communicate within the Anchor Bay community, communication within the buildings, and of course, marketing the Anchor Bay School District to make sure people know all the things that are taking place in our district, the programs and services, and the positive outcomes that we've been able to do. The next area is culture, maintaining a healthy culture within our organization. We certainly have some new challenges in the year ahead, just because we can't be together. But the goals remain the same: to foster a welcoming atmosphere for our school community, develop and enhance programs that support a sense of district pride and meet the needs of our school community while celebrating diversity, and implement learning communities to support professional learning, collaboration, and success. This time, if there's any feedback on the goal areas.
All right, is there any questions or comments from the board? See where everybody's at. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the return to school roadmap and update. Todd, you're going to be handling that tonight?
I'm going to take that.
Or Terry? All right.
Yeah, we wanted to provide the board with a brief update since last week's meeting and decision to implement option 2. Option 2 is a full 5-day in-person offering and 100% fully virtual option. So since the decision was made, we have offered several parent meetings that were grade level specific to provide time for parents to fully understand the expectations of both options. In the meetings, we were clear with parents regarding the limitations we have for 6 feet distancing, how classrooms would be set up, and how delivery models would be impacted based on the requirements from the governor. We were very clear that we will implement all requirements and also follow the Macomb County Health Department protocols when we were presenting with positive cases. Our website has been updated and additional presentations and information pertaining to each plan and the link to register for the fully virtual option. As of today, we have 798 registered. And we want to be clear with the registration outline, the parents and student expectations for the virtual learning. We have been transparent with the board and the public that there are challenges with both plans. We agree that there are still details to be finalized, and when we work with our counterparts in the county and the state, we know that we are not alone in the challenges that lie ahead. I do want to make the board aware of the items brought up by both parents and teachers, again, to be fully transparent. From the parents, we definitely heard that they wanted options and they appreciated having a choice. Many are concerned about and question the K-5 masks. So I want to just talk about the executive order. It does say K-5 does wear masks. coming in and leaving the building and in hallways and in common areas, but it does not specify that they're required within the classroom. So talking with the teachers and the union and their concerns, we've been listening to that, and we are strongly recommending that the students do wear the masks throughout the day in all areas, including the classroom. So parents also share that they think that it will be hard for students to make sure that schools, to make sure that all students abide by the rule. We have indicated that if the student or staff or visitor does not have a mask, one will be provided. Cleaning and sanitizing our buildings is a priority, and our maintenance and custodians are trained to complete all the necessary requirements and will be provided PPE. We are working to train other staff who are willing to take to support this task. Parents also express concerns that the 100% virtual option may be difficult for some students to stay focused and work independently. We know this can be a challenge and work hard with the remote learning subcommittee to create expectations for both parents and students so that they are fully aware of the commitment they are making and what will be offered by our teachers. We also worked on a Schoology template to be shared with all teachers to ensure we are as consistent as possible and make it as easy to navigate for parents and students. Other consideration parents brought up were access to specials if they chose virtual, and how that could be done in person if courses were unable to be offered. Addressing the scheduling of elementary lunches is currently being worked on by our principals. They are working through classroom coverage, how lunches would be delivered, and how to address those with allergies that need to be separated. We had 2 meetings with our teachers, so now we're looking at teacher perspective, and also received a written letter from the ABEA on their concerns. Again, we have been very transparent that there are many challenges to be addressed, all requirements in the roadmap. We know that our teachers want to do a good job, and they're anxious to be back with students in the safest way possible. During the meetings, as well as input shared by the ABA leadership, the one item that is most concerning is how they are expected to teach both virtually and in person. We agree and have indicated that until the registration is complete, we are unable to fully schedule sections to know if that would be necessary or by how many teachers. In addition, we started all planning with the premise that at some point it is likely that all teachers would need to be prepared to offer remote instruction. Schoology will be required to be updated and kept up with classroom instruction. Teachers have expressed concern over the fact that the governor did not include K-5 masks in the classroom, just as I already referred to as the parent concerns. This has been heard, and today we let the ABA know that we will ask K-5 students to wear masks in the classroom. If the board wants to formalize this as a requirement, they can vote to update the roadmap. Teachers are concerned how the instruction will look different without kids working in small groups and having the ability to provide one-on-one. We agree everything is different in today's classroom is a new normal that our nation's schools are facing. We will meet the cleaning and sanitation requirements. We have not asked teachers to do this at this time. However, many teachers have expressed they are willing, and Andy Case will train them, provide the necessary supplies and PPE equipment. As stated earlier, we are working to redeploy employees to help with this task. We understand teacher concerns, however, we will meet the requirements per the roadmap. Addressing how specials will be delivered has been expressed. Building principals are working on the schedules in the buildings, and those will be shared once those are completed. We have expressed to the teachers that all contractual obligations will be met. We have heard several concerns regarding duty-free lunch and time to prep in their rooms. We will find alternate places for this to occur if requested. We agree that it is easiest to prep in your own room with no students present, but under the requirements of the roadmap, we may need to be able to do that during this pandemic. One of the last major concerns are teacher leave requests and how the district will fill their classrooms. This is an issue as of today. We do have approximately 35 requests for teacher leaves. These have not been approved. However, once all the documentation is received, we will follow the contract pertinent to the approval of the leaves. Governor has asked the boards reviewed to the roadmap consistently, and we want to take time to provide this brief update tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wedge. Is there any questions or comments from the board?
When are we going to, when will the average teacher know who will be teaching, if there will be a separation of virtual instruction and academic or in school face-to-face?
The registration deadline is Friday, so we would have more information after Friday. Hopefully by Monday, Tuesday, we're looking at, how many students we have virtually.
All right, and if there is a, so if you're talking about 35 teachers already requesting leave, and I'm assuming it is because of their reluctance to go into the classroom to teach at this time, for whatever reason, perhaps health issues and so on. When would those leaves be brought, those applications for leaves be brought to us? So we would have a better idea of our, how many teachers we actually will have that will be teaching.
Laura, would you like to answer that?
So to answer your question, Marie, the leaves would be FMLA leaves, which are not, they do not require board approval. We've already granted, I know that we already have 2 teachers who will be out. Those leaves were requested in June for the start of the school year.
So, but you're talking about right now, if you've got 35 requests for FMLA, right? Are you saying 35 requests that would go under that leave that would not be brought to the board?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about 10% of the teaching staff as of right now?
Yes.
How many teachers? We have about 300?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and this is just in this past week that this had happened?
Yes.
All right, and so now we're dealing with 35 probably permanent substitutes that'll have to start the class for the year. And what is the duration of the leaves? Do they vary from 30 days to 90 days or?
So an FMLA leave is 12 weeks. So that would get, these teachers would, if they needed the full 12 weeks, which I'm assuming by the leaves, the types of leaves being requested, I'm assuming they would take all 12 weeks. That would put us to like Thanksgiving at least.
Yeah, the beginning of the second marking period, right? Because marking period's 10 weeks?
Yes.
Yes. So that would necessitate at least at this time, 35 permanent subs to even start the year?
Yes, and these leaves were predominantly received yesterday and today. So, that's how fast they're coming in. So I don't know what tomorrow may bring.
I understand that, but so just for my own information, and I think for the board, now we have a situation where we have 10% of our teaching staff that will not be present. Some of them will be asked who are substitutes, and by definition, substitutes only have to have a certain number of hours, right?
Yes.
They don't necessarily have to be teachers, and so some of them would be required to be doing in-school instruction plus virtual possibly, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I want to make sure that I get an understanding of this because it is a major concern, having enough staff to even staff classrooms. So that's why I'm voicing this concern to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is there, sorry. Moses? Mike? You're kind of breaking in and out, but we'll see what we can do here. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I think.
Can somebody clarify what the in-school in person is gonna look like what is gonna be teaching in real time to the students at home?
Is he breaking up to everybody else too?
Yes, we can.
Yes. All right, Mike, we're not able to hear you, so if you could, call my cell phone and we'll see if they can hear you through my cell phone because you're breaking up, but.
Hear me now?
No.
No.
I think he wants it clarified, the teachers teaching virtual and in the classroom, maybe? That's what I was picking up a little bit.
Do you want to call him real quick, Lisa, and see? I think Mr. Green had something to say too. Can you call Mike and get what he's trying to say?
I'd like to hear him and not have it sent back to us. If someone could put him on speakerphone.
That would be great if we can get that, Miss Hendershot, but sometimes.
I know.
Can I just explain too that when we have students that are face-to-face, I don't know if I'm talking over somebody right now.
No, I'm gonna mute
But
Mike.
if we have somebody that's a student that's face-to-face, they might be going in and out of the classroom because of quarantine or sickness. And so those are issues too that we have, that we have students, even if we do have a virtual class or if we have face-to-face offerings, that we're going to have that scenario where we have students that do pop in and out of the classroom.
Okay. Lisa, see if you can, I see Lisa's on the phone with Mike. We'll see if we can hear it through if you put him on speaker, we'll see if we can hear it.
All right, Mike, Mike, I got you on speaker to see if we can get you on here. See if you can talk, if anyone can hear you.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Hello? We can't hear him.
No, we
John,
can't. Yeah.
John, Mike should just call into the Zoom line, the phone number. If he needs it, have him call
Okay.
or text me. We'll get him just on a phone into the Zoom line like the others joined by phone.
Perfect. While we're getting Mike on the line, is there any other board members that want to have anything during this?
Yes, I understand that things are changing daily. I understand there's a tremendous amount of questions and so on. But I would like to know if it's possible that the board would be updated as these types of concerns would be brought in, to know perhaps even the concerns asked tonight, to see if they are being addressed, how they're being addressed, if they can be addressed, and so on. I know I'm getting a number of emails that I'm trying to answer the best I can and referring them back to the central office so that the same information is going out at the same time. So we aren't giving conflicting answers. So I just think that I would ask that as this whole process evolves, if we could be kept up to date on how some of these issues are being addressed, that would be really appreciated.
Okay. Thank you, Marie.
I just wanted to clarify. I told just Mike, he was coming through my speaker, but I couldn't get him on for you guys to hear. But he's going to text him and see. He didn't have any of his number, so text him to see if he can get on. But I think he was going somewhere along the lines of seeing what the virtual platform would look like. I think that's where he was going. For myself, he's going to work on texting them to get on. But I just wanted to clarify then. So the elementary masks you're saying is a suggestion, or maybe like from our district, it's a recommended thing that we're going to recommend that kids wear the masks, but it's not a mandated thing at this point?
Right, it's just strongly suggested. It's not a requirement in the roadmap.
But I understand you said this evening that you are asking that the board make that a requirement. Is that correct? Did I understand you that?
Yes.
All right.
Or we would just ask that everyone wear them in all areas, and that's just what we're going to be doing.
Okay.
I guess my concern on that is that, you know, I've already had a lot of parents that heard about this today, you know, who are concerned that they were led one direction again and the virtual window's closing, I believe Friday. So, you know, giving them maybe 24 hours to decide if a mask was mandated, if that was possible for their kid. And so I know I've had a lot of comments that way come to me today. And I think that is a little bit of an issue to be pulling that at the last minute without either extending the virtual timeline, or, which I know we're getting down to the wire and we need to be able to make other choices, and that leads to other things.
And we were responding to teacher requests.
Right.
This is really in an effort to keep both our staff and students safe. So although the roadmap does not require it, we're going to strongly encourage it. The board would have an opportunity tonight to change the roadmap and refine that. We understand that might have some impact, and we plan on being as transparent as possible. But, you know, we're really trying to listen to our teachers and our other staff and try and keep everyone as safe as possible.
And in all due fairness, I can say that I've actually had parents contact me in the opposite realm saying that they must have missed that in the beginning, because I have 7 or 8 different parents that have contacted me saying that they really would like and don't understand why the elementary wasn't included in the face masks in the first place. So I think I've gotten emails on both sides of the front at this to date as of now.
Yeah, and this is a recent developing item, quite frankly. We just communicated it with staff today about 1 o'clock. So I don't think we've had an opportunity to even provide that to the parents yet, but that will be information that we're sharing.
And I think we would be flexible, correct? If a parent decides to change their mind, we're not going to hold them to this deadline. I think I've heard both Terry and Joe say that they will work with the parents in whatever they need.
Absolutely.
Correct.
If I could just jump in real quick. Some of the teachers had voiced some of their concerns about the dual role of being both face-to-face and virtual. And perhaps I missed something or misunderstood something along the way, because my understanding, as well as not only as a board member, but as a parent, was that our teachers would either be face-to-face or virtual. I thought we had talked about that, maybe it was 2 meetings ago, but certainly this is, unless it's possible I missed some communication, that I missed the communication that we're going to be asking these teachers to dual role. Is that something that's changed over the past couple of weeks, or did I just miss an email?
That was in the presentation last week. It was in those option 2 slides.
Patrick, I'd like to try and address that a little bit as well. If students are choosing the face-to-face options and a student is diagnosed with COVID-19 or has been exposed to COVID-19, they may have to quarantine for, you know, anywhere from a couple days to 14 days. We're not clear right now, and we're continuing to work. A lot of it will depend on how many remote students we have or virtual students we have, but there could be a situation if somebody's quarantining for 2 or 3 days to find out if they have COVID, that we would not necessarily move them to a virtual teacher and then move them back. Imagine in the 3rd grade, if you have somebody who's moving virtually to a teacher for 3 days or 4 days until they're cleared, and then moving back to their regular teacher. So that's where we're still working through some of this, and we're committed to trying to find the best solution that we can. But these are some challenges that we're still working through.
Thanks, Todd. Did we get a hold of Mike, Mr. Sizemore? Or Anita?
I'm waiting to see what his last, his phone number is. I did send him the dial-in number. We're just waiting to, I don't have his phone number, last 4 digits of his phone number.
Okay.
John, one question maybe while we're waiting is.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to move on without him being able to.
No, but one question that is still out there, I don't know if the board wants to address this evening. Do we want to amend the roadmap to include mandatory mask wearing at K-5 level?
What's the pleasure of the board out there?
So is that the only aspect that we're amending at this point?
At this time. At this time.
At this time, but it almost sounds like I mean, and I don't know if that's what Mike was bringing up or if anybody wants to talk about it. I mean, we have a lot of our teachers putting in the leaves. We have, obviously from the August 5th meeting to the last meeting, we had inundated with a lot of people that wanted face-to-face. And then now, since we went to the face-to-face and virtual option, we're getting them the other way. Todd, on the new legislation they passed, we're going to have to look at this every month, correct? Like every meeting, they want you to look at it and reaffirm whichever decision you went with.
That is the legislation that's currently before the governor. I don't believe the governor has signed it into law as of yet, but that you are correct, President Drew, that is how the legislation is currently reading. That's how it's proposed, that we will have to revisit every single month and take feedback from the community about our plan, and if required, amend it.
Now, obviously we had a big meeting last month and, see where the board's at, but would it make sense, given what administration is saying tonight, because it almost seems like the administration is on the side of the virtual, and I know we just made that decision last week, but to go, if we were to say, it's like some districts are doing, where we go just 4 weeks into the year, and then we address it every 4 weeks, is that too wishy-washy for parents, or is that something that would be what's the word, responsible, I guess, for our teachers and for the students?
Well, I don't think administration is here to push the board either way. I think we're here to implement whatever the board would like us to do, but we are expressing, I guess, interest in the idea of K-5 masks in the classroom, again, to protect our students and our staff.
John?
Yes, sir.
The challenge is last Wednesday, we had decided to go virtual and face-to-face. That was just last Wednesday. We have been working on putting both plans together and how we will meet the governor's highly recommended. So we're still unraveling how all of that will work. Now, the challenge that we can't avoid and what we've been doing is being transparent. We've shared the challenges of both virtual and face-to-face. And now we have another challenge. Yes, I think over the last, when I'd asked Laura, if you have 35, right now, it looks like in the last 2 days, she's gotten like 25 plus requests. So we need time to work through that to see how we're going to, meet that challenge. How we're going to staff as far as if we don't have enough, if we don't have enough teachers. So, and let's all remember too, this is a no-win situation for the school board, for the teachers, for the administrators. I mean, we've never been through a pandemic before. We're all working together on how we can address those concerns. I think the concerns that the teachers have are legitimate. I think the concerns the parents have are legitimate. We've heard parents want face-to-face, and we've heard parents want virtual, and we've had staff that have said face-to-face and virtual. So this is it's a no-win situation, and we're working together to navigate through it. So we wanted to update the board. We have some more challenges that we have to work through. And I think, I think the board is with the ever-changing information we're getting, the board's likely going to be meeting each week, to address these issues. I mean, again, this is not unusual. You look at, other districts throughout Macomb County, they're challenged with the same thing. I mean, I talk with all the superintendents. We're all challenged with the same thing. This is the first time a pandemic, and we're trying to work through and meet everybody's needs, and we know that's not possible.
No, it's not. I'm just looking at like you said, with the teachers and the leaves and like you just said, the ever changing. We're going to meet every week. We're putting everybody in a wait and see mode every week. It changes, and now it's the K-5 wearing masks, and some parents are going to not care for that. I'm sure of it. So I'd like your opinion, I guess, and the administration's opinion and the rest of the board. Is it more responsible of us to go every 4 weeks? Because that's what that legislation of, those that I know they didn't, obviously the governor didn't sign it yet, but if that's what we're going to eventually have to do anyway, we could really make this, and it gives you guys more time. It doesn't seem like we've addressed every issue to where the administration and the employees are in agreement. And I think we need to have that to have a successful year.
Mr.
Yeah, I agree, but I agree, but again, this is something we've worked on, since last Wednesday.
I get it.
So I agree with you. There's a lot of challenges as we go forward.
Okay. What's that, Janine?
I think I understand what you're saying. Are you potentially recommending or tossing out there the idea of maybe starting remote and reviewing it, like say on October 1st? Is
Definitely.
that?
Yes.
Okay. And I agree with Mr. Woods that we have so much information that has come in such a short period of time, literally within hours, especially with all these leaves, that maybe we need to take a few days. Maybe today we need to say we're going to review all that information over the next few days and meet Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. Maybe the sooner the better, to try to clear up some of these issues with the K-5.
I agree, Janine, because we have a tremendous amount of parents who are not listening tonight because we've made the decision.
Right.
And we didn't have some of the information we have right now. And I think that we would be remiss in not reviewing the data or getting solid data, what can't be resolved, what issues still are being resolved. And
right.
So, to make a better decision if we need to revisit the decision. I think.
And maybe we just need to put it out there to the district right now that there is a possibility that K-5 masks will be mandated as of next week, so that parents can mull that around for a few days, so that we don't keep flip-flopping and making different decisions week to week. We are trying very, very desperately to hear all the voices of our parents, as well as all the voices of our teachers. And like Mr. Woodside said, there's no win-win situation here. We're just trying to make the best decision.
Janine, we're not the only district that still hasn't, many districts still haven't made the decision. And I think that we need to find out how many kids are in virtual, and will we have teachers, and will they be double teaching, and all those questions have to be answered. I think that we revisit it next week.
I get what the both of you are saying, and obviously if that's the board's pleasure, I bring it up because, again, we had the August 5th. We know what it is. We had the August 5th meeting. We all talked about, through the committee meetings, through everything, we thought we would have to go virtual to do this. The will of the district seemed to be, of the people, was online.
Yep.
Now the will of our teachers seems to be, it definitely is, they're worried about going in the classroom. And it's going to be, any way we look at this, it's going to be a messed up start to the year. And I personally signed my 3 kids up for online today. I'm an online. I think that's what we need to be. So we're caught in that situation of the people and the teachers. I just think it's a more responsible option to do the 4 weeks and revisit it on the 1st of each month. Like you said, Janine, October 1, or, we just continue to, because if we wait until next week to do that, if we're going to do it, if the board's there, I don't know if there's support or not, but the longer we wait, the more upset the teachers get, and the more the parents are going to be, what are you guys doing? And we need to look more professional than what we're looking now.
And I just had a parent privately respond to me that she felt the most responsible, safe thing to do was to start remote and evaluate it week by week and make decisions. And if it's maybe we slowly bring back grades and make a gradual transition back. There is, like I said, you said it, we've all said it, there's no right decision to make here, but I'm sure the hardest decision that the High School Athletic Association ever had to make in their entire life was to cancel football. I'm sure it's the hardest thing the NFL ever did, and Michigan State, and they all said the same thing. Look at those programs that are losing billions of dollars. They did what was safe for their players. We have to put people's safety first. I mean, my 2 best friends this week were diagnosed with COVID-19, and they're both in quarantine. So it's hard. I agree with you, John. My kids will probably do online. But I'm not making this about what I want.
Me neither.
It's about what our community wants and needs, and what our teachers want and need as well. It's a very delicate balance that we're going to have to walk.
Well,
John, I think that as Marie and Janine were saying, we could provide the board more information. And we're obviously, over the next several days, we're going to even know more challenges. And like I said, it's likely the board would have to get together again next week. And if you wanted it on the agenda that, hey, the board's reviewing the idea of virtual or face-to-face again, and you have your meeting next week and it's posted, we have all the information out there.
I get that, and I do. I just think we're coming in on the timeline, and there's either board support for it, I guess, or not. So
you have, John, many districts in the same, same position. This is, we're all, all the districts, I've talked to the superintendents and all of us that are face-to-face and virtual. We talk about the challenges, we gather data, and I know a lot of them are meeting just like we are. And, we've never been through a pandemic before. This is the first time. So I think the board meeting.
And that's the exact reason to what you're saying is why it's the most responsible choice. What we just heard tonight, and I know Ms. Berkmeyer sent the email out we learned about the K-5 mask on Facebook, and there's so many things evolving, and it's just crazy. So,
But that's support, that we revisit all of it, get more information, see if the teachers, if there are more leaves that come in, you know, the decision may have to be made for us. It just, to me, that, you know, you're raising the question that it's a possibility, because especially not only the safety, but are we going to be able to have teachers in classrooms, that we may have to revisit our decision. So I don't see where.
My concern is that the longer that we push this down the road, the longer that we waffle, the longer that we continue to do this to parents, we will lose people to Lance Cruz, who has come up with a plan, who has decided, I believe I've heard that they're doing a block sort of scheduling in their secondary. Richmond's running with their virtual and face-to-face. I mean, we will lose people because the indecisiveness is unacceptable, honestly. This is getting really ridiculous. And I'm sorry, I know this isn't going to make me popular among a lot of people, but it is what it is at this point, and the decision needs to be made today. Whatever the board decides is what the board decides, but throwing this down the road isn't going to help, because every week in this pandemic, there is new information, new sources, new everything. And so yes, you can reevaluate month to month, but at some point you have to make a choice. And it's not easy, but it needs to be done, because we have parents that need to make decisions on what to do with their children, and we can't just keep tossing this up and throwing it down the road.
I agree with you, Ms. Burkmeyer, and to the point of I think that we're going to end up having to look at it month to month. I think that's the legislation that's going to eventually be
Oh,
signed.
absolutely, I understand that, but I'm just saying that no matter which way the board ends up going, I mean, a majority is a majority, but this needs to get done.
Okay, then I'll throw the motion out there to.
Wait a minute. Have we ever connected with Mr. With Mike? We've been waiting to have him put his sense in. Has he ever connected by phone?
I'm here.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I think a lot of questions were answered, but I definitely support motion. My question was about the dual, the way the teachers are going to be teaching. Are they going to be teaching simultaneously, like they're teaching their class and they're teaching their virtual class at the same time? Or are we still working on that?
Mr. Wedge, do you want to take that? I know you addressed it before. The teacher's doing both.
Yeah, we would have to, if we have the option of both, we would have to have teachers that are able to man what we have for remote. We have, like I said, we're going to have students that are going in and out of the classroom for quarantine. So, and until we have the definite numbers for registration of the virtual students, some of those can't be answered.
Fair enough. And just say you do have support, John.
Well, thanks, Mike. I'm gonna throw the motion out there to start the year virtual, and whatever a good break point. I'll say, Janine, you threw out October 1st. Is that you're a teacher? It's a pretty good break point, or is it Thanksgiving? Would that be a better break point? You're virtual, and then
marking periods.
Look at it. Marking period. Yeah.
I personally have listened to what the community wants. Like I said, if I was voting purely on what I personally wanted as a parent, I would have voted differently. Yeah. I listened to my community. Yep. I heard their needs. I'm listening to my teachers' needs today. Yep. And I think looking at October 1 to reevaluate where we are at as a district, where we are at as a county, where we are at, as a state. Right now, Macomb County has moved into a area of the numbers are going up. I've been carefully monitoring that. So I think it makes sense to reevaluate it sooner than later, because if things are still in the same vein, then you just continue to move forward. If
Right.
things have changed, then you can, maybe start slowly, maybe bring back elementary and, bring back, like I said, in stages. We would have to come up with a new plan, but ultimately I want my kids face to face, even if that's 2 days a week, 3 days a week. Romeo is doing 2 days a week. Armada is doing a couple days a week. So they're integrating face to face with their online simultaneously. And it's not about trying to follow what other people are doing. There are a lot of people in the county who are very smart individuals who are following the science and the data, who are trying to make the best decisions based on the information that's available. So I hope people understand that there's no right answer here, that we're trying to be consciously aware of people's health concerns. So I would think that reevaluating it, and I don't mind giving my time every 3-4 weeks to reevaluate it to make the best decision for our teachers and our staff.
I think it's the most responsible for what we're dealing with at this point. But to Ms. Birkmeyer, you're 100% correct. We can't waffle back and forth. That's why I was reluctant almost to bring it up tonight, but I just think that it's something we need to look at, especially with the ever-changing landscape of it. So I
But
guess
it's not waffling, John, if you think about it.
seeing
It's
new
getting
information. Yes.
information. Information is what should be fueling your decisions.
It is.
And
Without-
that's
If you want
the
to go
only
that
thing
route,
we
though,
can
you're
do.
going to wait for information constantly and over, because there's always going to be new information. I mean, this
And
is
that's not a
evolving. We
bad
don't.
thing.
I mean, at the same time, right? But you'll never make a choice because you can
No,
always
we're not
wait for
saying we're
something
not
longer.
making choices, Lisa. What we're saying is that if the choice that we've already made is no longer appropriate,
I understand that, and that's
then
fine.
So
But
the decision was made, and it stays that decision until.
So what
something-
changed from last week to today that made last week's decision inappropriate today?
Well, I don't know. 35 teachers not being able to teach next year, I think that's valuable information. If you don't, then I don't know what message that's sending to the teachers.
So what's the criteria at 4 weeks? In 4 weeks, I have 45 teachers actually.
Mr. Middlestat, I think, you know what? I think I'm going to throw a motion out here so we have something that's actually we're discussing. So
Why everybody else get a chance to talk, John?
because I'm making a motion, Steve, that's what happens, and then we discuss it. So
Allow everybody else to speak.
yes, everybody spoke, Steve. So
For me.
I'll run this meeting for right now, but so I'm going to make a motion to go virtual until the end of the first marking period, and then
Marking period?
that makes more sense. So now is there a second for it?
First marking period.
If there's no second, then it goes nowhere. Then you'll be. Mr. Moses seconded it. Now there's discussion.
November 2nd, November 6th.
Okay. Is there any discussion from the board on the motion?
When is the second mark? When's the first marking period?
November 6th.
November
6th.
And do we get paid state aid after the end of October? End of September, I guess.
We do not receive a state aid payment in September, but we would receive one on October 20.
What's the criteria for returning them? What's going to be different?
Yeah, there's legislation pending right now before the governor that would eliminate the clock hours and the clock days. Although teachers would have to teach 180 days, the clock hours and clock days for the students would not necessarily be counted in that fashion.
So what data do we use at the end of this period to let us know that it's okay to let teachers come back to class? What's different then than today? Are you saying when we go to phase 5, what is the criteria, I guess?
That's my concern as well, because I don't understand if we don't try to go back from the get-go, if nothing changes, if we live in this perpetual state, because we have no idea. We don't know that we will ever live differently than we are in this moment right now. We don't. So if nothing ever changes, what hypocrites we will be in a few weeks or months to say we're going to go back then, but it wasn't okay now. How are we going to ensure that anyone is any safer at that point?
Why can't we get a week to at least get the data together, refine the plans, and totally convince ourselves that all the data says we don't come back?
Anybody have any?
I didn't.
That's what
I
I
didn't hear
feel.
Mr. Middlestat.
What's that?
I didn't hear Mr. Middlestat.
Can you repeat that, Mr. Middlestat?
So why didn't we wait to get some more data? The administration pulling the data together to see what yes, they're saying today they got requests for leaves. Why can't we get the data together to see how many people are actually requesting virtual versus face-to-face and use some data? Why
Make the decision next week.
I think there's all kinds of data out there to say that this is the right move. It depends on what data. There's data to support. I guess you could support either way, I guess. You know, there was doctors on here last week saying that it's essentially gone. And then you listen to that, you know, reports coming out from the governor's office that Macomb County is a hotspot. There's so much data. I think the teachers fall into this plan. We got to look out for our teachers. We know, and it makes, we definitely, we said it. We've said it at the August 5th meeting. We said it last meeting. We know we can't do this, the requirements that the governor has set out. We know that. Now, yes, the popular opinion of maybe of the district is, and what drove my vote, I guess, last week would be, you know, all the parents in this 80% of the district on this, the survey. But if you look at the way the survey questions were asked, when they were asked, and how many people actually took it, it's not a true number of 80% of your district. And I think since last week's meeting, a lot has changed with what's the legislation that's going on in Lansing, with the reports coming out about Macomb County and the cases. You know, I'm not doing this because this district or that district's doing it. I truly feel that that's the safest for our teachers, for our students, for the rest of the staff, our bus drivers, to throw, okay, so we can't social distance on the bus because we would only be able to fit 12 kids on a bus. So let's just throw a bunch of kids at that bus driver or the food service because it's the popular decision. Well, sometimes things aren't popular. You know, it is what it is. And you can vote how you want, but don't, you know, to say what's the metric going to be after the first marking period. I don't know. We're going to see when we get there. We're going to see where it's at, where the reports are at. But if you don't think that we're going to start school and within the first couple of weeks, I've heard everyone in here say it in committee meetings, in personal conversations, you're going to have cases and it's going to shut down. So yeah, we're going to take a little bit of heat. We're going to take heat either way. Personally, I'm going to take heat for the way that I personally believe. And I believe we should be 100% virtual for at least a little bit to get our ducks in a row. And especially when it doesn't seem like we have a strong program either way right now. That doesn't help our students. So I'm for protecting our staff and our teachers and our students. If we save you save one kid that doesn't get COVID, that's worth it every day of the week.
Yeah, and another concern, John, though, is what if we have 100 or 200 teachers that are on FMLA the entire year? I mean, is that what's going to completely drive our decision that they just don't want to go back to school? I'm asking the question because that's
to be honest, the 35 teachers is not weighing. It's, I mean, obviously they're
well, and there are more coming in.
Well,
I mean, I'm sure there are more coming in.
Ms. DeWitt, the 35 teachers going on FMLA is not what's driving my decision. What's driving some of the decision is that they feel the need to go off on FMLA. They feel the need that their board isn't behind them. And it's not just them. There's 500 other staff. There's administrators. Our superintendent told us it can't be done. Our superintendent said he's worried about putting the teachers in the classroom. I get it, parents. It's a hard thing to do for parents to be able to, what they're going to have to do to start the years. I'm not oblivious to the fact of what they're going to have to go through. But as everybody has stated in here, we're living in a different world right now. It's the first pandemic we've all seen. And if anybody, I personally don't think it's fake. So we gotta adjust, and we gotta do what's right for everybody. So I don't know. I mean, that's just, obviously we all have our personal beliefs. We all have the beliefs of what we think the district needs. And that's what everybody can do and vote accordingly.
We should be doing the 8 weeks or 10 weeks. Should we
What's
just
that?
a month and see what's there? Or is-
I didn't hear you, Steve.
I said, do we really need to go to the end of the first marking period? Can it be a 1 month or 4 or 5 weeks versus 10 weeks?
Many districts are doing 1 month.
October 1 seems appropriate, at least to start with.
Yeah.
Try to get our ducks in a row.
Okay, I was just going for something that was.
I understand. I do understand that.
I was just going for something
Can
that.
we amend a motion, or do we have to vote on it?
No, you can amend it. Make a motion to amend it.
Can we amend it to October 1, please?
Sure. Yes. Maker of the motion accepts. Second, Mike, do you accept to the 4 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any more discussion on the motion? Well, first we got to vote on the amendment to the motion. Sorry. Got to do this proper. So Lisa will vote on the amendment to the motion. So
We're
you're
voting whether to amend them.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm talking over you. Go ahead.
my bad.
We're voting to amend the motion to start virtual to October 1st now, as
Correct.
opposed to previously the hard.
November 6th.
Correct.
Okay, so this is just to
This is-
change the motion itself.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay,
The second motion is to change the main motion.
all
I
right.
think you have to vote on it, John. It's just the most person making the motion and the one that seconds agree, I think that's good enough.
Yeah, I don't think you have to vote as long as it's agreed upon.
I was just making sure my parliamentary guy, Steve, didn't get me. All right. We'll go to if there's no more discussion on the motion as start
Amended.
for 4 weeks till October 1. Anybody?
Is that a Friday or Monday? What is October 1?
A Monday, is it not?
We're going to check.
Mr. President, my only,
Thursday.
It's a Thursday?
Well, I guess I'd say till October 2nd. Does that make
More sense?
more sense? The end of a week?
Mr. President, my only concern is, when are we going to make a decision to go back on October 2nd? Are we going to make that a week before, 2 weeks
Well, we're gonna-
before?
We would be having a meeting at least a week.
Could we make the meeting on that date?
We could make them, yeah, we'll make the meeting on that. Go to October 2nd and make the meeting on October 2nd. That's a Friday.
We're
So
gonna give
then we're
parents
gonna
one
tell our-
weekend.
We're going to tell our parents on Friday they got to have their kids back in school on Monday?
Well, I'm sure we could pick an appropriate date to restart, but we can hold
You're
our
probably
meeting.
not going to restart that following Monday. You're just going to
You're reevaluating.
Reevaluate.
bring them in, and you're going to make that plan of how to bring them back in.
The motion is to go virtual until October 2nd, not to reevaluate October 2nd. So you would need to
No,
have.
it was supposed to be reevaluate October 2nd.
So we'll amend it to say reevaluate, Lisa. October 2nd.
Might be helpful to restate the entire motion,
Yes.
Lisa, once you have.
Thank you, Ms. Rathbun.
Why would we reevaluate in the middle of September, see where we're at?
Because we're going to reevaluate October 2nd. That's the motion.
It's close enough to September, Steve.
Yeah.
2 days.
Does Mike agree to that, or?
Yeah, I would agree to that.
Okay,
Okay.
so the motion is to begin school virtually and reevaluate on October 2nd.
Correct.
Are we ready to vote?
Any more discussion?
I personally think that it needs to be on that Wednesday before. I do think that Steve's right, that you have to think about where you're at, give people a little time.
We're not saying when they're going to go back. We're saying we're going to reevaluate, and then when we reevaluate on the 2nd, we'll to Mr. Green's point, he's 100% correct. Is we'll have to give, at that point,
Ample notice.
evaluate, and we'll give the parents ample notice to say to the kids if we're going to bring them back in, or if and when we bring them back in. So we'll go to the vote. Ms. Berkmeyer?
All right, Mr. Middlestat,
Yes,
Mr. Drew,
Yes.
Ms. Akavetti Hendershot,
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
No.
Berkmeyer, no, Mr. Moses,
Yes.
All right. Motion passes. We will go to, everybody's favorite.
Oh, I could.
All right. So election of a chairperson pro temp.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no objections, I'd like to have you just continue managing the meeting. Yes.
Is there any objections to me running the election?
No.
No.
All right.
No.
We'll just say, at this point, we'll do nominations for president.
Mr. Chairman.
Because at this point, I'm not the president anymore.
Mr. Chairman, I move that,
Is it possible to have a slate or no?
yes. Mr. Chairman, I move that we nominate a slate of John Drew as president, Mrs. Hendershot as vice president, Mr. Middlestat as secretary, and Ms. DeWitt as treasurer.
I'll second.
Well, I appreciate that. I just, you'll have to change out the president on that. I'm chosen not to run for president again. I appreciate you putting me up for it. I've been president the last 2 years. It's taught me a lot. It's been an honor to serve this board as president, but I know there's some others on the board. Sure, there's a one of the newer board members that's, I think, interested in it, and I think that it'll allow them to learn a lot about this board and give them a shot at the title for a little bit. So unless you got a slate with another president,
So then we do everything individually, is that what you're
we'll
saying?
do it all individually. So is there any nominations for president?
I would like to nominate Mr. Green.
Nomination for Mr. Green. Is there any other nominations for president? No other nominations for president. Nominations closed. Well, yeah, you don't need a second for that. Oh, is there a second for Mr. Green? Well, I'll second it.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right.
Want me to put down you or Mike?
You can put down me. All right. Vote by roll.
Mr. Middlestat,
No.
Ms. Akavetti Hendershot,
No.
Ms. DeWitt,
Ms. DeWitt?
I said no.
Okay,
Oh, sorry, we didn't hear you.
No, I'm sorry, no.
Mr. Drew,
yes.
Mr. Green,
Obviously, yes.
Berkmeyer, yes. Mr. Moses,
Mr. Moses?
Mike's muted. Oh, there he is.
Oh, he said yes. All right, Mr. Green is elected. So Mr. Green, you take over the duties.
Mr. Drew, I had some invasive surgery yesterday. Today's probably not a good day for me to take over and run a meeting. Perhaps we could elect the vice president, and then I would ask that vice president to continue to run tonight's meeting on my behalf.
No problem. So is there any nominations for vice president?
I nominate Janine Accavetti.
I'll second that. Any other nominations for vice president?
I would
Seeing none.
nominate Lisa Berkmeyer.
Okay. So Lisa Berkmeyer, is there a second for Lisa? I don't know if we need seconds. No, we don't need seconds. Okay. So is there any other nominations for vice president?
Sorry, John, I'm a little slow on the writing here. Who nominated Janine initially?
I
Marie.
did. Marie.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go, we got any other nominations for vice president? Seeing none. So we got, what's that? Oh, I thought I heard somebody. All right, so we got Janine Hendershot and Lisa Berkmeyer. So we'll vote by roll. Need 4 votes to be voted in as vice president.
All right, Mr. Middlestat,
We have to pick who the person we want.
Yes.
Mrs. Hendershot?
Mr. Drew,
Ms. Hendershot.
Ms. Accavetti Hendershot,
Miss Hendershot.
Ms. DeWitt,
Ms. Hendershot.
Mr. Green.
I don't think my vote's relevant. You already got your 4.
Right.
Well, for the record, you need to vote.
Miss Berkmeyer then.
I mean, I'm not, I don't want to get yelled at again.
No, you're fine. I'll get yelled at now. It's fine.
I will vote Berkmeyer. Mr. Moses,
Vote Berkmeyer.
Okay. Ms. Accavetti Hendershot is elected vice president. You want me to continue with the,
You started it, you might as well finish
I
it.
think it's fine with everybody for you to continue.
so I'll do secretary. There are any nominations for secretary?
Mr. Middlestat.
Ms. Accavetti Hendershot nominates Mr. Middlestat. Any other nominations? What's that?
I'll second.
Any other nominations for secretary? Seeing none, we'll vote by roll.
Mr. Middlestat,
Yes.
Mr. Drew,
Yes.
Ms. Accavetti Hendershot,
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
I'm sorry, Miss Berkmeyer, my connection cut out there. Who was nominated for what position?
Mr.
Secretary.
Middlestat for secretary.
Oh, yes.
Berkmeyer, yes. Mr. Moses,
Yes.
All right, Mr. Middlestat elected secretary. Any nominations for the office of treasurer?
Yes, I
Marie DeWitt.
Marie DeWitt, nominated by Ms. Hendershot,
I'll second.
seconded by Mr. Middlestat. Any other nominations for treasurer?
I'll nominate Berkmeyer.
All right. Is there, you don't need a second. All right. Is there any other nominations for treasurer? Okay. Vote by roll. Again, just like last time, you need 4 votes to be elected treasurer.
Mr. Middlestat,
Mr. Witt?
Mr. DeRue,
Ms. Berkmeyer.
Ms. Akavetti Hendershot,
Ms. DeWitt,
Ms. DeWitt,
Ms. DeWitt,
Mr. Green,
Berkmeyer,
I will vote Berkmeyer, and Mr. Moses.
Berkmeyer.
All right. Ms. Berkmeyer elected treasurer. That concludes the elections. So congratulations to everybody. Good luck, Mr. Green. Like I said, I was called by some. I chose not to do it. I think you'll be good at it. I think I'm looking forward to you being in that role. And like I said, as board members, we're on here for anywhere from 2 to 6 years. It's good to learn all the positions. So let's see. Do you want to take over from here, Ms. Edershat?
it's typical whoever starts this particular meeting finishes it out. So it's not uncommon.
Yeah,
for the exiting
I'm good with that,
president to
John. If
finish.
you want to continue us through, that would be great.
I thought I could be like you, Mr. Green, and eat ice cream the rest of the meeting.
You have to have the surgery first, sir.
All right. All right, so we'll go into personnel. Ms. Gonzalez.
Good evening. Tonight we are bringing to you the recommendation to hire Mike Giannone as the halftime PE teacher for Anchor Bay High School.
I make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Middlestat to hire Mr. Giannone.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Moses. Discussion.
I just had my only question. This was kind of hung up before. So, you know, for clarification, there's not going to be any phys ed layoffs or anything like that throughout the district?
No.
Okay.
Gotta be unmuted.
You're muted now.
Am I unmuted?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Good. Yeah, to answer that question, we do know, like back in May when we brought it to the board, that we had the part-time position of phys ed, and we still have that part-time position as phys ed. So the recommendation is also for step 6. You know, the coach has, Mr. Giannone has 30 plus years of teaching experience. He has experience as a football, as a head football coach, and I've heard nothing but great things about him and the addition that he is for Anchor Bay. So I do recommend that the board approve the coach for the physical education position. And I think Mike, is Mike Moses still there? Mike?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think he'd be a wonderful asset. As the position's open, he's definitely, everything I hear coming off the field, I know I'm big in the athletic community, is that he's going to be as good of a teacher as he's a football coach, and he's a top-notch football coach. And I think he's going to be worth every penny. He's going to bring in as much money as it's going to cost us.
Well, what I was referring to is the step. The board has to decide on the step that the coach would start on.
Are you asking if I'm for step 6?
Yes, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
All right, so
That should be part of the motion, is what I'm saying.
you want that in the motion? All right, Mr. Middlestat,
Yes,
are you good with amending your motion to say at step 6?
that's fine.
Mr. Moses, you're good with that, right?
Yes, I am.
Is there any more discussion on this motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. Vote by roll, Ms. Burkmeyer.
Mr. Middlestat,
Yes,
Mr. DeRue,
Yes.
Zachavetti Hendershot,
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Burkmeyer, yes. Mr. Moses,
Yes.
All right, congratulations, Mr. Giannoni. All right, we will go to Miss Laura again.
Yes. So the next item is a elementary teacher, Christine Akrush, has requested a personal leave of absence for the 2020-2021 school year. The board will need to decide whether or not to approve, and the two motions are there for you. The teacher's contract does allow for a personal leave of absence for 1 year at the approval of the board.
I so move to approve the request.
All right. Moved by Mr. Middlestat. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Moses. Any discussion? Seeing none, vote by roll call.
Mr. Middlestat,
Yes,
Mr. DeRue,
Yes.
Zachavetti Hendershot,
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Burkmeyer, yes. Mr. Moses,
All right, motion passes. Now we'll go to our second reading of the policy changes.
Okay. So here we go, second reading. We'll go through these again. So the first board update is for policy 1001, conflict of interest. And given the feedback from the last meeting, we have changed that to simply just say that the board members will refrain from engaging in illegal conflicts of interest, including but not limited to those identified, and then we cite the law. The next change is regarding special meetings. You will see that this change is to stay compliant with the changes in the Open Meetings Act. There's two changes for that.
Uh-oh.
They have the notice required for special meetings as well as remote participation. The next change is curriculum, and again, that's 2002. That change is being recommended because the language is redundant. It's in two places in board policy, so it's just being removed from under curriculum. Then we have item change number 2006, which is the truancy, attendance and truancy. There was concern over it being reported to the prosecuting attorney's office, so we've just cut that part out and left it to the sentence to end to refer the matter to Child Protective Services or the appropriate police agency. Just for the Board of Ed information, truancy is handled in Macomb County by the MISD. So the first reporting would take place through the MISD. Just so you're aware of that.
Chairman, my comment at the last meeting was that I thought that if somebody's going to report somebody for violating the compulsory school law, that it should take some review from the administration. So I didn't see that change occurring. So I would ask that if the parents willfully failing to comply with the Michigan law, that she shall report the findings to the superintendent or their designee regarding further action, so that at least there's some review prior to reporting.
Okay. So do you want to vote on that one separately?
Well, that's what I asked for last meeting, but that's,
Yeah, that's fine. We could do that. So
How would we want the policy to read?
if the building
I think
principal,
the way it is, right?
I paraphrase it, the building principal feels that the parents willfully failing to comply with Michigan's compulsory school law, MCL 381-1561, she shall report their findings to the superintendent or his or her designee for a decision regarding further action, including referring the matter to Child Protective Services or appropriate agency.
Laura, do we want to pull that one out and have that be, this be the first reading and the next meeting we'll pass that one?
We can do that. That's a
Fine.
good idea. Okay.
And I know you said that last meeting, Mike, or Mr. Middlestat. I apologize. We'll get that in there for next meeting.
That's fine.
So for this one, can you just, so we'll be voting on all of them except for that one, if
Yes.
everybody's good with it. Is there any more discussion on the second reading of the policies changes?
Now I move to approve the policy updates as presented with the exception of 2006.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll motion it.
Supported by Mr. Moses. Any discussion, or the discussion's already had? So vote by roll.
Mr. Middlestat,
Yes.
Mr. DeRue,
Yes.
Ms. Akavetti Hendershot,
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Birkmeyer, yes. Mr. Moses,
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the MASB Delegate Assembly. So we're going to need, what do we need here? Let me get to that. All right, given the current, those are attending. All right. Okay, so we can, because it's going to be held virtually, all of us can attend, so we don't need to vote on just one delegate. Anybody that wants to be part of that can be. So the next, we'll go to bills payable.
Yes, hi, good evening. This evening you have presented before you the bills payable for the month of June and July. The bills payable report includes a summary sheet detailing the expenditures by fund and the supporting detailed check registers for each month as presented. The June expenditures were $453,148, and the July expenditures were $715,488. If the board has any questions regarding those expenditures, I'd be happy to answer those questions at this time.
Okay. Is there any questions for Ms. Randazzo?
I move that we approve the bills payable as presented, subject to audit.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Green. Vote by roll.
Mr. Middlestat,
Yes.
Mr. Drew,
Yes.
Ms. Akavati Hendershot,
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Burkmeyer, yes, Mr. Moses.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. So we have next the MISD lease agreement.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize this lease for the MISD for the autistic program as presented.
Okay, what this is it's the lease agreement continues the use of 4 classrooms at Naldred Elementary by the Macomb Intermediate School District for the autistic program, as Steve said. The lease remains the same as previous years at $800 per month per room and is being brought to the board for review and recommendation for the 2020-2021 school year. Motion by Mr. Middlestat. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Moses. Any discussion? Without hearing none, vote by roll.
Mr. Middlestat,
Yes.
Mr. Drew,
Yes.
Ms. Akavati Hendershot,
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Burkmeyer, yes, Mr. Moses.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next, we have the Head Start lease agreement.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the lease as presented and also recommend we approve the Macomb County Head Start program as presented.
All right, is there a second?
I'll support.
Supported by Ms. Hendershot. Any discussion? All right. Hearing none, vote by roll.
Mr. Middlestat,
Yes.
Mr. Drew,
Yes.
Ms. Akavati Hendershot,
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Burkmeyer, yes, Mr. Moses.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right. And we'll go into our reauthorization motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the bylaws, election authorities, signature authorization, designation of depositories, policy for automated clearinghouse, electronic transfer of funds, and auditors as presented.
Is there support?
I'll support.
Supported by Ms. Hendershot. Motion was by Mr. Middlestat. Any discussion?
I do have a quick question, Mr. Drew.
Yes, sir.
I noticed our checks are still currently, I don't know if this fits into this motion or not. Our checks still have Kyle Anderson's signature on them. I don't know if that fits into this motion, if it's a good time to bring it up. I thought that was unusual since he hasn't been an employee for well over a year now.
I think that's definitely something that needs to be changed. I don't know. I guess it would fit into this. Yeah. So can we get that change made?
Yes, I can speak on behalf of that change. We are currently working with our lending institution on getting those signatories changed at this time.
All right.
Thanks, Robin.
Mr. Chairman, I would add then to my motion that under item 3, that's including signature authorization updates.
Perfect. All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Vote by roll.
Mr. Middlestat,
Yes.
Mr. Drew,
Yes.
Ms. Akavati Hendershot,
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Burkmeyer, yes, Mr. Moses.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right. Establishment of regular meeting dates. You have before you meeting dates for next school year. Is there a motion to approve the schedule of regular meetings as presented?
I'll make a motion.
Was that Moses?
Yes.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Moses. Is there a second?
I'll second. Can we add to that motion that future meetings and locations would be subject to change? Right now they'd be virtual, but I would think put in the motion that future meeting locations would be defined at a later date.
Good point. Yes, duly noted. Vote by roll.
Mr. Middlestat,
Yes.
Mr. Drew,
Yes.
Ms. Akavetti Undershot,
Yes.
Mr. Witt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Burkmeyer, yes. Mr. Moses,
Yes.
All right, motion passes. We have establishment of standing committees, legislative committee. Mr. Green probably didn't plan on being president after this meeting, so we will have you get those out as soon as you're on the mend right now, right? So,
Yes, sir. I'm working from home. I can work on that and get that out to everybody.
perfect. Thank you, Mr. Green.
Could I ask that he take input on what committees that we might like to participate with?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll start out with some phone calls and figure out if I can fill the openings with what the preference is, and then we'll backfill from there.
Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what?
Oh, my internet connection went for a minute there. Sorry, everybody froze. It was weird. All right. Approval of the 2020-2021 virtual course catalog.
Yeah, board before you, Terry and I request approval for the virtual course catalogs for elementary, middle school, and high school catalogs. Our virtual catalogs mirror the traditional course offerings minus swimming. The virtual catalogs contain same content, assignments, assessments to the extent feasible in an online setting. And we will use the Schoology learning platform to provide that instruction with our Anchor Bay teachers. And the course catalog would require the same amount of days and hours as the traditional courses. This is a request so that we can account for pupil accounting with our online classes, and that subject to possible change of the new legislation, but without that knowledge, we need to have these catalogs approved by the board.
Can you clarify the difference between this virtual stuff and then the other virtual? There's two different paths, right? There's a virtual that were kind of mimicking the classroom, but there was also another virtual program that we offer. Correct?
I'm not sure of the question.
Well,
I could clarify what we're asking here. This is clarifying that the virtual catalog, we plan on offering the same classes that we offer virtually that we offer face-to-face. A virtual learning committee comprised of a lot of teachers, administrators, met to build a template for those courses. And what we're saying is we would take the same curriculum, same content and assignments as feasible and offer them through the Schoology platform to the virtual students. And that catalog or that concept, we need approval for that.
so these courses are the ones we would take at home during the same 6 hours or 6.5 hours we would if we were in class.
Yes, yeah, as that the virtual option that we had proposed, and for any students that want to remain virtual, if the board decides to phase in the face-to-face and students still want to remain virtual, we would offer those courses through Schoology to those students.
So what was the virtual option? Did we have a virtual option last year?
We have students in that virtual option. That content was provided through Edgenuity, which was formerly E2020. So those students were receiving their instruction not through our Anchor Bay teachers, but through that program. It's typically designed for credit recovery, but it does allow students to take courses virtual with the idea that virtual setting is likely. We feel strong about offering Anchor-based teachers as those instructors, and not an Edgenuity or any other platform that some of the other districts are choosing to use to provide their virtual instruction. And as we presented in our plan, we feel strong about Anchor Bay teachers providing that instruction.
Yeah, I'm not questioning that. I'm just wondering, is the E2020 or the other system still available for students?
Yes, that could still be, those are still available, and those are more when it's a course recovery or an individual class. But when as you stated, as we're providing the 6 hours of virtual instruction, we want that to be the same curriculum and content that we offer to the students in the traditional classroom.
No, I understand that, but will that other option be available? That's all.
Yes, still for those credit recoveries and those type of situations.
Is that for middle school and high school?
They do have, we do have some for both, and sometimes those are used in a temporary fashion also for students who may need just a temporary placement.
But those would still be options. Students would still have that option.
Yep, we still have those options, and we did renew that so that we have those options as well.
Those are a little more flexible when you can take those, correct?
Yes.
That's my not my issue, but I understand this virtual mimicking, but you're requiring, if I'm doing online, I have to have my child sit from 8:30 to 3:15 in front of a computer, right?
No, but what we're saying that no, there is still flexibility with the virtual learning in the time frame, so that any thing that would be provided to virtual student would be posted and there for students to review. We anticipate all teachers using Schoology. Even if there was no pandemic, we already planned on using the Schoology learning management system prior to the pandemic. So yeah, you don't have to sit there, but what we were saying is that it's going to take the approximate same time because it's the same assignments and content.
Okay, so I don't necessarily have to have it coincide with the normal classroom hours if I have to change my.
That's correct. And parents that need that flexibility, what I'm saying is that when that happens, our teachers are going to work during their normal school hours. So that's going to be more of a, you're going to be watching recorded videos. You're going to be having a delay possibly when you get feedback from a teacher because they're going to work their normal school hours.
Correct.
Just want to be clear.
Okay. Any other questions for Joe? Mr. McDonald, sorry. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Moses, is there a second? Anybody? Second? I'll second. Seconded by Ms. DeWitt. Vote by roll.
Mr. Middlestat,
Yes.
Mr. DeRue,
Yes.
Ms. Akavati Hendershot,
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Burkmeyer, yes, Mr. Moses.
Yes.
Motion passes. Got the reinstatement of student hearing.
Yep, that will be me again, sir. So we have a petition for student reinstatement on August 19th, 2020. We had a reinstatement hearing request. Our committee met prior to the board meeting. That committee was comprised of 2 board members, Mr. Moses and Mrs. DeWitt, school administrator, the building principal, Mr. Latona, the caseload teacher, Mrs. McParlin, the parents, myself, Mr. Cusimano, our supervisor of special ed. And during that reinstatement hearing, we met and went over all the facts, got progress from the parents and from Mr. Cusimano to tell us how he did with his schooling. And the committee is recommending a conditional reinstatement. And within those conditions, we would like the student 0703, to receive direct social work and other services upon his reinstatement to address some of those impulsive behaviors. And as a parent, as a committee, including the parents, we've all agreed that that would be in the best interest of the student.
Okay.
I'll move to reinstate.
Motion made by Ms. DeWitt. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mr. Moses. Any discussion on the motion? Vote by roll.
Mr. Middlestat,
Yes.
Mr. DeRue,
Yes.
Ms. Akavati Hendershot,
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Burkmeyer, yes, Mr. Moses.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right, we'll go into union communications. I know Ms. Petron told me she wanted to speak tonight, so do we have her lined up? Might be others too.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, so I kind of had a whole different speech plan. So at this point, I just want to thank the board for listening to the concerns of our teachers. It's a really hard time for everyone right now. It's an especially hard time for educators in America. And we've been getting a lot of negativity thrown our way. So I just do appreciate the teachers who spoke up, and I appreciate all of you listening to our concerns. And that's it.
Okay. Any other union communications out there? Mr. Sizemore, you got anybody else?
I don't see anything at this time.
Okay. So planning for the future. Technology purchase proposal. I'm gonna guess that's Anita.
Yep, in your board packet, I presented a recommendation to purchase 800 Chromebooks, 800 filtering licenses, 100 additional webcams, and 100 Verizon Jetpacks. All of these purchases will be paid for from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, Section 11P, which were specifically laid out to help with technology connections for students and staff.
All right. Any questions for Ms. Bannock?
Ms. Bannock, with the change that we just made tonight to going virtual only, is this technology purchase going to be enough to sustain you in providing the necessary tools to go a month of virtual?
I wish I had a crystal ball. I don't know. What I do know right now is that we had 255 requests, and we only had 37 internet requests. This new information, you know, do I think with the 800 and the 300 we already bought, will definitely help us and position us well. I can't guarantee really until the communication goes out and we come up with our process as to how people are going to request. What I would suggest is we go with this or follow through on this recommendation, certainly bringing a technology committee together. I know Sherry DeCristofaro reached out to those members, so we definitely need to get together very soon. And that would also provide time for Todd and Robin to go over that relief fund budget, and then we can put some numbers together with the funds there. And I would absolutely believe we should come back with some more information.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask for clarification? Do we not have 1,100 Chromebooks and or other laptop devices that are currently on carts available to be taken apart if absolutely necessary, on top of the 800 that you're requesting today and on top of the 300 we've already purchased?
Okay, at the end of last year, what we believed was the easiest to provide out are the notebooks and the Chromebooks, and that was about 800. Could we dismantle other labs and things of that nature? I would have to have Tim speak up, but I would have thought we had 800. The 1,100 number comes from the 300 that we already purchased. So with the 800.
Okay, I just wanted, okay, I wanted clarification. I wasn't sure.
Yeah. So I can tell you, you know, the Chromebooks are being shipped in order of orders. So we have not received our 300 yet. So we're going to be working on that. We're hoping those will be in very, very soon. We'll get this order placed, and then we can reevaluate with the subcommittee and determine what else we need. Jetpacks and the webcams are much easier to get, so we shouldn't have a delay in that.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve as presented.
Motion by Mr. Middleset to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. DeWitt. So the motion is to approve the $190,333 for technology purchases to include 800 Chromebooks, 100 webcams, and 100 jetpacks from Coronavirus Relief Fund, Section 11P. Vote by roll.
Mr. Middlestat,
Yes.
Mr. DeRue,
Yes.
Zachary Hendershot,
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Burkmeyer, yes, Mr. Moses,
I have to abstain.
Okay.
Say that again?
He abstained.
What's the justification for abstaining?
The purchasing of Verizon Jetpacks, I happen to work for a competitor, and that could be conflict of interest.
That's fine, I just wanted that for the record.
Thank you, Mike, Mr. Moses, and thanks, Mr. Middlestat. Motion passes. Go into our second open forum. Do you have anybody with their hands up?
Mike, John, while they're looking for that, I didn't speak up during the union communications because I was getting ready for this, but as the Teamsters steward, we just want to thank you for being president, and we look forward to working with Patrick and all the new members that have are switching roles. So we're excited about that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. It's been fun. Let's go to.
So much fun, you didn't want to do it again.
That's it.
Uh-huh.
It's a lot of time, Patrick. It's a lot of time. All right. So if we don't have anybody for open forum, at least I don't see anybody. All right, we'll go to we'll go to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda, which is the minutes of the regular meeting of 6/24/20, financial reports, and audit engagement letter?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Ms.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Moses, I think. And vote by roll.
Well, was someone speaking?
I don't know.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Middlestat,
Yes.
Mr. Drew,
Yes.
Ms. Akavetti Hendershot,
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Berkmeyer, yes. Mr. Moses.
Yes.
Motion passes. Now, I did get a message. Miss Stephanie Richards wanted to speak in open forum, so I'll circle back. Miss Richards, Mr. Sizemore, if you could unmute her and let her speak.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Just one thing, since we are going all virtual, a parent had asked this question in one of the meetings in the past 2 days, and it wasn't clear, but are we going to be distributing food services like we did in the spring to our students? And if we don't have that in place, we should get discussing that.
Mr. Drew, I can speak to that if you like.
Yep. Yes. I'm sure we are, but I'll let you speak to it. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. We are required to provide food to our free and reduced students, as well as offer to our students that pay full price for the lunches. So yes, we have been in talks planning for that, and we will have a system in place and ready to go, and we'll be rolling that out shortly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. We do have, they must have just taken a minute to put their hands up. Crystal Ortega.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
I think you guys answered this because I know I've been listening the whole time. I got kicked off and had to get back on. As far as the Chromebooks, I'm sure you guys will send out instructions, if I heard you right, if someone needs that, because we are going virtually, on how to obtain those. If we didn't sign up already, because I didn't for my student, if we need to use one now that we're going to start the school year off virtually, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought you said. I just wanted to double check. So that was the only reason why I raised my hand. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Kyle Kappa.
Yes, thank you. So just want to say I'm sitting here in complete and utter disappointment with the board's decisions tonight. Last week, I left the meeting proud and really confident that our board and our administration had made the right choice, giving parents, an option to go for face-to-face or virtually. You listened to your customers last week, you listened to your taxpayers, you listened to the voters, and we all had faith in you. Tonight, you just forgot about all of that. Faced with a challenge, you crumbled, you gave up, you took the easy road, you succumbed to fear and manipulation fueled not by scientific data, but by pure emotion. In fact, since the last meeting, the COVID statistics in Michigan have improved drastically. So you're not working on facts, you're working on emotion, you know, and it's left us really disappointed. Your mission to these students is to inspire, challenge, and empower, and you've instead taught them to give up when faced with adversity. Imagine if all of our other essential workers had taken this route and backed out when faced with fear in this pandemic. Just imagine if we allowed all these other essential workers the luxury that you've just allowed these teachers, this minority of teachers, not even the majority of your teachers, a very small minority of teachers have just been given a luxury that no other essential worker anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world has been given. You've left this family and thousands of other in utter disbelief and disappointment tonight. Your actions will have consequences because you have failed your students and your constituents, and we will not stand for it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Jessica Elliott.
Okay, sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
So my question is for teachers that are putting in or have already put in FMLA request. When the board revisits this come October 4th, and let's say you guys make the decision that we are good to go back to school, we're still going to have 10% of teachers, not 90%, 10% on FMLA. So how is that going to be a difference from today to October 4th?
Okay. Is there anybody else on?
Actually, John, I have a question that I told the parent I'd asked for her. I had her send me a message.
Okay.
She's curious if she, because we're starting out remote, if she wants to stay remote for the second semester, does she have to put a request in now, or will she have an opportunity to do that at a later date? Can the administration answer that?
I see Mr. Rathbun shaking his head, so we'll give that one to Todd.
Anita, feel free to jump in if I misspeak, but yeah, if the student is planning on going virtual for the entire semester, they should sign up.
I think she was asking if it was if she wanted to do it for both first and second semester. Is there going to be enrollment options for both semester to go all year if that's their choice?
I will say this, I believe what all boards in the state of Michigan have been faced with the roadmap was that as long as we're in the regions are in the phases, my understanding is if the governor says everybody can go back, then you as a board would have to decide, you know, if you still wanted to offer virtual, and I'm sure we would have some accountability measures that would maybe differently. So right now, my current thinking, but we're definitely going to have to communicate a new message to parents tomorrow, is that those that have signed up for virtual, you know, we would schedule them as though they are planning to stay regardless of the board's decision making in October. We haven't wavered on the fact that if a choice that a family made was not working, that we wouldn't work with them. The difference being is when they come back, it may not be the exact same teacher than if they were enrolled in virtual. So if they remain in virtual for the whole semester, then, you know, they're going to have their set of teachers. If they remain in what we're calling in person, which is being, you know, delayed, that would be the word, or postponed in person, then they need to know that that choice or that change has been made. So obviously we're going to have to readjust our timelines, which is fine. We need to communicate that. And of course the timeline isn't as critical because we can still start scheduling. You know, we'll have the full pocket and we'll know who wants to be remote for a whole semester.
I'm confused.
For you?
In person versus, so we're all going virtual. Why did you mention it? If they select in person, then no, when we decide to go in person. Do they have to select in person now?
No, what I'm saying is we already did a registration for, Janine's question was those that want to remain virtual regardless of the reevaluation of the board? Do they have to sign up differently? So we will communicate with those people that have signed up virtually, saying that's what they wanted, and have them probably reconfirm that they want that for the full semester. And then we're also gonna have to alert new parents that there is a postponement of in-person, because that is the motion you took, was to reevaluate October 2nd.
So my question is are we committed to a full semester of virtual?
I don't think your motion did that, but you
No, I
guys,
think that's what a parent would ask, is if at the end of.
No,
No, that's what
I
I'm.
think what Steve's, yeah, I think what Steve's asking is, and I think, Joe, you answered this last time, if I'm not mistaken, just because a parent chose virtual now, if circumstances within their life changes, if something makes it, you unnecessary to, or unable to stay in that realm, that yes, they can contact the district, and that every accommodation will be made to change them from the virtual environment to a face-to-face, that you've made the promise to try to work with parents in both directions and have some kind of flexibility. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would throw in there that we have students that are 100% virtual every year, and that option would exist. So we already have that. We had it last year, the year before. So, and how we would do it, and how we would be able to do it once we. I guess the short answer would be yes. That would always be an option because it always has been.
May I ask a
I
question?
got confused because you said we had 100% virtual last year, right?
Yes, we had
What program was that?
Last year they would use the Edgenuity program.
So my elementary person could take virtual all year that way. Is that what you're saying? My question, Janine, was opposite. My question is, if we pick virtual and the board decides in October, we feel it's going to go face-to-face, and they don't feel comfortable, can they continue to be on that virtual Schoology, having their same teacher interface? Or once the board decides to go face-to-face, we shut off that virtual and I have to change to that other system? That's my question.
I would say it would be very helpful for our planning purposes that if someone knew that, in 4 weeks, that we would move back to the option of coming back, and they know that they're not going to be comfortable. I think in that for their purposes that they want to stay virtual, it would be helpful for us to know that. If someone is like, I just know that that's my option, and you want to allow that option, it would be very helpful for planning to know and allow parents to sign up for that so we can pre-plan.
Okay, so the answer to the question I want to answer is, would we provide this virtual as a curriculum you presented for the full semester?
For the full semester, I believe the answer is yes.
Okay, that's what thank you.
And along with virtual, another question I think we need to determine, many of the districts are having the teachers run the virtual from the school itself, that they have to report to the school. And I think maybe that might be something that should be decided quite quickly, so that teachers can be notified if they'll be allowed to work from home or report to the school to do the virtual for the first month.
Okay. Sure. All right, I think we covered everything. We'll go to, it was going to be a closed session, but my understanding is now we're doing this in open session.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that since this matter involves district finances, I think we should have an independent investigator look into this issue and report back to the board. We did this for the ROTC issue. I think we've got nothing to hide, that we would have somebody independently out there to look at issues we have on the next agenda item. So I'd like to make that motion.
I'll support.
So you're making a motion to not have this hearing tonight and to have an independent investigation on this?
Right, be brought back to the board by September 23rd.
All right, and there was a second for that. Is there any discussion?
Wasn't there already a investigation done?
It was internal, not external. Like we did for the ROTC, we had someone from the outside come in, take a look at the evidence and report back to the board.
The district has been accused by multiple individuals of attempting to hijack the situation, for lack of a better word. And I think for clarity purposes and for everybody to be able to make an informed decision, a proper decision, like Mr. Middlestat said, you know, we did the same thing for the ROTC investigation. We brought in an outside investigator to report all the facts, to make a good decision. And I think I actually heard a few parents say that this evening, that they would have wanted a thorough investigation.
I think I would be apt to agree with that had it been done a month and a half ago, but you've got someone on paid suspension for the
pool's not open right now.
motion's made, let's vote on it.
Can we also, Mr. Chairman, if you could look in, well, Mr. Green, I guess now, we had a very good report from the previous attorney that we used. If we could get the same attorney, that would be helpful also. But I'll leave it up to you to determine that.
I can certainly look into that, Mr. Middlestat, if that's the board's wish. I don't know if that particular attorney would be somebody that we, is comfortable dealing with the financial, rules and regulations and segregation of duties and stuff, but we certainly can begin there, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on this issue? All right. I guess we'll go to a vote by roll.
So the vote is to order an independent investigation, correct?
That's independent investigation into what happened, I guess.
Well, I should clarify, the report, the motion is to direct Mr. Green, the new chairman, to have an independent investigation conducted. Okay. Mr. Middlestat?
Yes.
Mr. DeRue?
No.
Ms. Akavetti Hendershot?
Yes.
Ms. DeWitt?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
No.
Birkmeyer, no. Mr. Moses?
No.
All right, motion fails. So let's go to the hearing, I guess, to discuss, Laura, do you, or Mr. Rathbun, do you want to start?
Yes, Mr. Drew, I'd be happy to start. I'd like to start by acknowledging that Mrs. Mellon has been a really good employee of our district for over 20 years. That is not in dispute. However, I'd also like to indicate that there's been some irregularities that have come to our attention just recently. When those irregularities came to our attention, we did an investigation and we felt obligated to bring the results to the board for their consideration. As is her right, Mrs. Mellon has requested an open forum to present her information this evening. Earlier in the meeting, we heard that the public wanted a full understanding of the basis for the potential discipline of Ms. Mellon. And I would like to take a few minutes this evening to highlight the investigative report findings, and then we will turn this over to Mrs. Mellon to provide her information. So I'd like to start, this whole investigation began, or the basis of this investigation began back in March of 2020, when COVID-19 hit and an executive order was issued by Governor Whitmer requiring schools to redeploy employees in meaningful work and to continue to pay employees as a condition of receiving state aid. On April 15th, a phone conversation was held with Ms. Mellon, and she was asked to submit timesheets for her Anchor Bay School District staff based on average hours the staff worked during regular business hours. Similar conversations were held with other supervisors and coordinators, directors in the district, and they submitted the requested information without incident. Ms. Mellon complied with the request and submitted timesheets for 4 Anchor Bay staff. I'm going to have Anita pull up those and share those timesheets with the board so they can see those timesheets. Anita? Anita?
I was just bringing it up. I was just bringing it up. Hold on one second.
Okay. Yep. The board can plainly see that Mrs. Mellon, in her handwriting, indicated that the hours submitted were based on average hours worked during normal operations. Anchor Bay became concerned based on the hours that were submitted by Ms. Mellon, as the number of hours submitted for all 4 of the employees were significantly higher than the employees had worked in the past. In one case, the hours submitted for the pay period were over 20 hours higher than the employee had ever worked for Anchor Bay School District. While most of the inflation was discovered prior to making payment to the employees, in some cases, it was unfortunately not discovered, and employees were paid for some time that they did not work. Anita, you can take that down now. Concerned about these findings, a meeting was held with Ms. Mellon and her union representative on May 12th. As with any potential disciplinary action, the union representative was asked to attend and did attend the meeting. Ms. Mellon was confronted with findings on May 12th and again on June 23rd with respect to the inflated timesheets. She changed her story both times. On May 12th, she initially indicated that she understood our direction, as you saw on the timesheets, and submitted the hours for employees based on average hours worked during normal business operations. When presented with evidence that showed the hours submitted were much higher than the past average, she indicated that the timesheets and the hours on those timesheets were based on employee schedules, changing her story. However, when presented with evidence that the schedules did not support the hours she submitted, she changed her story yet a third time, and on June 23rd, indicated that the hours submitted were based on hypothetical, estimated, future hours the 4 staff would have to work if the aquatic center were to reopen during the pandemic with only 4 staff members to staff the aquatic center. The normal staffing for the aquatic center is typically 15 to 20 staff working various shifts. The idea that the aquatic center would be reopened with only 4 staff and it being such an inherently dangerous facility makes no sense that we would open without proper staffing. We also discovered that Ms. Mellon was taking time off of work and not reporting such to the school district, thus allowing her to get paid for the days she was off, yet retain vacation days for a second payout in the future. While reviewing the records during the course of the investigation, paperwork was discovered that outside groups were utilizing the aquatic facility. However, no facility use paperwork was completed by these groups, as is required under our administrative regulations, and the required proof of insurance was never collected by Ms. Mellon or submitted by the groups. This is significant in that anything that could have happened to someone while using the aquatic facility, Anchor Bay School District would have been held liable and would not be indemnified by the group using the facility. Typically, groups are required to indemnify the Anchor Bay School District as an additional insured entity covered by their insurance company. Curious if these groups had used the facility, the investigation attempted to locate financial records located in the aquatic center. Unfortunately, all the financial records had been removed from the facility. Ms. Mellon suggested that the records had been removed from the facility, but did not know how. It seems unlikely given whoever took the records from the facility passed by an open cash register with money in it available to steal, but instead removed financial records that have literally no value. There were no credit card numbers, no social security numbers on any of the records, making them worthless to anyone else. We were able to locate roughly a month of financial records that were not properly filed and were not removed from the facility. What was clear from those limited records is that the financial records were not well maintained. The differences in the reconciled records were not properly investigated, and the required cash reconciliation was not occurring on a regular basis. Cash handling procedures were not being followed. Ms. Mellon has been a longtime employee of the district and was afforded a full and fair investigation. The investigation concluded on June 26th, roughly 6 weeks after the investigation started. The June board meeting was held on the 24th, and no board meeting was held in July. At the beginning of August, Mr. Lanzadell was supplied with a report and asked for and was granted an extension of time to review the report provided to he and Ms. Mellon. And so this now comes before the board this evening. The district has shared the full report with Ms. Mellon and Mr. Lanzadell, her representative. Mr. Lanzadell will claim that he and Ms. Mellon were blindsided and were wholly unaware of the bill of particulars that are the subject of this investigative report and that are before the board this evening. However, on August 5th, Ms. Mellon provided the board with her version of the chronology of events. In that document, Ms. Mellon concedes that on May 12th, she was made aware of the estimated hypothetical timesheet issue. She was made aware of the letter of resignation for one of the employees that she submitted a timesheet for. She was made aware and acknowledged a conversation about outside groups using the pool without having necessary documentation. Further, on June 10th, she also indicated in her report that she was aware that she was asked about the mishandling of cash receipts and questioned about the missing financial records. It is clear that she was aware of all of the issues that are being brought before the board this evening, going back as far as May 12th, and was aware of the contents of this report long before it was issued. Nothing in this report should surprise Ms. Mellon. Again, I want to be clear. Ms. Mellon has been an employee of the district for over 20 years. By all accounts, she has been a good employee and had no record of discipline. That said, We believe Ms. Mellon has abused and breached the trust we afford our administrators by attempting to, and to some extent, succeeding in the misuse of public funds for the benefit of her direct subordinates, violating district policies and procedures, including in a manner that exposed the district to liability, failing to maintain and secure adequate records for the aquatic center, and engaging in dishonesty to cover her tracks.
Okay. Now, Mr. Lansdale. Oh, we got to get him unmuted. Sorry, sir.
Good evening. Colleen is going to state her case, and we didn't interrupt, so I want nobody to interrupt her while she gets her case. And I'd rather Todd not speak for me as to what I would or would not say tonight. So let's let Colleen then tell you what's going on with her side of the story.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks for taking time tonight to meet with me just to review these issues that have been brought before the board. First of all, as indicated, I have always worked from the highest standard possible. I would not do anything intentional. So anyway, I just want to address the issues that were brought before you. First, starting with the fact that May 12th, when I was called to the meeting, I was called without any notification of such a thing. I thought I was going to prepare possibly for a COVID plan phase meeting. So by my going in on May 12th at 2 o'clock, I was quite surprised to find out what I was being addressed with. The following things I think could have been brought to my attention in some form or fashion of an evaluation to correct anything that the administration may have seen as inadequate or not to their expectations. But everything I did had always come from a place of best business practice that I'd always been doing in the past. So with that, I will move to the items that were discussed. First and foremost, one of the things that we keep reiterating tonight is the pandemic and how things change, and there's been no specific guidelines, what have you. So in the situation of the timesheets, I did the best that I could under the circumstances of understanding. When I was called on April 15th, I was told to provide bid hours for 4 people. And it was the 4 staff people that you all have in the report. I've never done a bid hour or spreadsheet. I'd always, 21 years, done timesheets. So when I reached out for specific direction, when I wrote to the administration, I sent an email. I didn't get any response back. So I did submit timesheets to the best of my ability and my understanding for that. And yes, I did consider that those staff hours would be covering the shifts for the morning hours. And then we would have to look at later hours with the other staff. But no matter what, the intentions of the timesheet was not any inflated timesheet. If you look at my past timesheets, and I provided everybody with examples of them, but they were the ones that indicated, oh, real quick, sorry. I know that I provided this for everybody, so here is an example of a timesheet. I don't know if you can see it, but I gave this to everybody in their example. When we do it on normal operations during operation hours, they get the schedule, they fill out the timesheet, and then they receive their paycheck. The hours that this staff person worked equaled 61 hours, 0.75. Their timesheet 61.75, and then their paycheck was 61.75. So if you were to look at the examples that I'm providing you right now, you'll see that my accuracy within my timesheets were always done with the right integrity and the expectations to meet the schedules of staff hours. So again, I don't agree that it was an intentional inflated hours for anyone's benefit. It was to the best of my ability under the circumstances. It was one time during a pandemic. Anytime after April 15th, if the administration could have recognized it and then let me know. But in that timesheet that was demonstrated, it does demonstrate that this was to the best of my understanding. It does say that it was accounted for 76 hours for that pay period, but the paycheck was only 51 hours. So there was a discrepancy, I guess, on both ends, but it was not intentional on my behalf. So that's how I came up with the timesheet. I did reach out for direction from the administration. I didn't receive any response back. I did it to the best of my ability in a pandemic without any leadership directive back. So that was a timesheet situation. The time off request that we briefly mentioned, I provided you again an email during that time period, the specific date being February 17th, which is a contractual day off. And then I also, for the midwinter break, but if you recognize and we're reading those emails, and you'll see that I was actually working on the midwinter break this Saturday. And then the Monday is the day that I was being accused of not properly asking for time off, but I did. And I know that my immediate supervisor, Mr. Battle, whenever I leave the building, and which I know that I provided you again, examples of communication that I would have with Mr. Battle when I was leaving the facility, my attendance communication. And again, this was a situation where he identified that he doesn't have problems with my time off. And then here's examples of communication. If I had to leave the building unexpectedly because my daughter was sick, so I was always in communication. But the one that they're discussing here in the investigation report, that was a contractual day off during midwinter break. The facility usage, again, best business practice that I've been doing historically for 21 years. We rent lanes to different, maybe if we have, right now we have the Lakers, we've had the Marlins, we've had the Blue Water Swim Club. They rent a couple lanes from us, but it's not like they're taking on an entire facility usage. When it was brought up to me by Mr. Case in the meeting, the specific facility usage that they brought up on May 12th, they inquired about what is the middle school swim program, and that is always on the schedule. It's always been on the schedule. It's the block of athletics. So we keep that from 3 to 5. So Mr. Case asked why I wasn't submitting a building use form for that time period. And I explained again, I've been doing it without any question, but the schedule's always public. So if anyone ever wanted to come in, that'd be, I'm always open to it. I love it. I know that, in fact, I personally, in an email communication that Mr. Rothman had with the next issue, I asked him to come to the aquatic center, visit the facility, get familiar with the programs, the operations, and I never received a response from him. So that being said, with the facility usage, again, that is continuous business practice that I've always done for the past 20 years. Safety is always my #1 priority. I'm always checking things, making sure if anyone comes in, they sign waivers. So there are waivers that they sign before they use the facility. On the registration sheet, there's a specific waiver section that they have to fill out. They have to include emergency information. So as far as the facility usage, I've always maintained those communications as far as the building use goes. The record retention practices, this is the one where we talked about the records at the Aquatic Center. I've never been given a specific directive from someone to say you must keep records for 7 years. June 10th, I received an email from Mr. Rothman saying that it's required by public regulation that I maintain records for 7 years. I've never been told that. I do the best with what we have. My policy has always been we keep records at the Aquatic Center for reference reasons. The accounting system that we have is very much, it's included in the ActiveNet online system that we have, which you're capable of creating all cash document receipts, so it ledgers everything. And again, past business practice, my previous assistant superintendent, Kyle Anderson, he would come to the facility on a regular basis or have me go to the central administration office. We would review programs, we'd look at cost analysis, we'd see how, if we were offering a program, if it was paying for itself. So I was being evaluated with him. There were times that I would go meet with Tracy Grix to verify the operations of the ActiveNet, any deferred payments that come out of the ActiveNet. So those types of communications that I was having prior with Mr. Anderson was appreciated because it did help to keep that openness, the transparency, create communication if there was any problems. But as far as the retention of records, and we've kept the records at the Aquatic Center. So that particular date when he was talking, when Mr. Rothmore referenced June 10th, that was the day that I was asked to come to the Anchor Bay Aquatic Center, in which I met Mr. Lansdell, Mike, and Andy Case at the Aquatic Center. It was Thursday. It was Thursday, June 11th, that we met at the Aquatic Center. And I asked for permission to enter the building because on May 12th, I was restricted from the building. I was restricted from my emails. So I wasn't able to just go into that building. The records had always been there. I am familiar that the 4 staff that we referenced earlier were all investigated, spoken to, and asked how the record keeping was. And this was after my investigation was done, and they informed me that they were asked where the records were, and you could ask anyone. It verifies how we keep them. We do a cash receipt at the end of the night. Whoever is doing that, they close it out, they provide it to me. I reconcile, I give them the feed out, they confirm the funds. If there's a $5 variance, we make sure, because that's going to reflect on somebody else's account or somebody else's bank to start. So we make sure that that's accurate. Then who's ever working the front desk, they're assigned to that responsibility. They reconcile, then they binder them, and we keep them behind the front desk. So there is a process to it. So when I was called in on June 11th, that Thursday, Mr. Lansdell and I met Mr. Case there. Mr. Case walked in with a box 3 feet by 2 feet, and it had the binders, the papers, the records. So why did they leave with the binders? What happened to the documents? There's no reason for me or way that I would have gone into that building. I would have been trespassing because I was restricted from the building. So in that regard, the record keeping has always been standard, same business practice. My previous assistant superintendent was aware of how we did it. I was briefly able to show when I get a new athletic director, because I'm on my 5th one since I've been there, I'll make them familiar with the procedures and processes but more so they're my contact person, like if I have to ask for time off or, so that has not changed. Previously, my point of contact for the longest time was Kyle Anderson. So anyway, as far as record retentions go, I was very vigilant with those. We kept good records. If anything's missing, I'd be curious why a box left the building and then came back on June 10th. But again, I don't know that for a fact, so I will just say that they've always been there by good business practice, always open and available. The human resource, the situation with the staff that Mr. Rothorn addressed on February 18th, the end of the winter break, this particular staff person requested, she had been asking for a higher pay rate, and I had gone to Central and tried to establish possibly a higher pay rate. As she mentioned when she spoke in the meeting earlier, she's been there 8 years. She has a bachelor's degree. She has a ton of certifications. So I was hopeful somebody like that would make more than $11.56 an hour, because that's the same amount that a 16-year-old makes. So I was hoping that we could see a higher pay for her qualifications. When, again, I didn't receive response for that, Ms. Finitary began to look for a new job. So on February 18th, she submitted to me a letter of resignation, but she also informed me that she reached out to Mr. Rathbun, and she had scheduled a meeting with him. She told me that her meeting was on Wednesday, February 26th. And when I found out she was meeting with him, she had some time before, so she was still working. And at that period of time, I also reached out to Mr. Rothbun in an email. Again, I can't get an accurate date because I haven't been able to access my email for verification of certain communication. Again, right away, May 12th, not prepared. So I did the best I could, and I was able to, I knew this one though, because I didn't want to lose Shelley. And February 26th was a snow day. She had her meeting with Mr. Rothman. He validated that she's a good employee and he didn't want to lose her. And she submitted an email on that account between their conversation. He asked her for another week, don't go, let me look into the financials. So in my understanding, would it be that she rescinded? She came back, she continued to work. Even so much that on April 15th, when I was asked to submit bid hours with uncertainty, she was one of the 4 staff on May 15th. So it's obvious she was still working, she was still getting paid, and she was still an employee, because my understanding was she rescinded after she spoke with Mr. Rothman. So as far as the human resource management and the situation with Ms. Finitary, once their communication took place, I took that as she's staying on, and she was waiting for a response if she was going to get some higher pay rate. So again, April 15th, she was also one of the staff people on there. And so as far as, I think those are the items that I'm looking at, the employee time, the time off request, the facility usage, record keeping, human resource. I just want to say again, if there was any issues with the operations that I've done in the 21 years with the high standard expectation, training these 16-year-olds, doing all the lifeguard training, maintaining the schedule, providing services for the community, utilizing it. Again, I've requested evaluations. I think perhaps if these were items of concern, if they didn't, like, well, the employee timekeeping, that was a pandemic situation. The time off request, I've always been very apparent with my time off. The facility usage, if that's something that wants to be a different guideline, then just, I would be more than willing to have the support, the recognition, and if there, because I feel as if I'm being evaluated and the job is being properly assessed, there's areas for development and growth, and there's possibilities to improve. I understand that. So, which is why in the communication that I sent you on August 5th, I provided approximately 6 pages of requests for evaluations. I have been reaching out for evaluations, assess my job, see what I'm doing, recognize the hours of operation, the potential that maybe the facility could use higher paid staff, maybe a secretary 4 hours. When I was hired back in 1999, and Doug Korn was the athletic director, Shannon Torney went from a 4-hour shift to an 8-hour shift, and she was responsible for some office responsibilities within the aquatic center. And then as things happened and they moved to the new high school and Shannon and Doug left the district, then it just changed. So, and then by that time Kyle came on and he was giving me directive of how to do things, what to do, how to maintain things. So again, come to me with changes and I am more than willing. I am there openly every day, all day, 6 days a week for most times. I take health and safety as a primary. I appreciate the staff we have. I love the community we're in, but by no means on May 12th did I deserve the way that the administration handled me going in with some intention. If there was one item, come to me. But to create and just like find things to accuse of and then build on it, I don't see how that's responsible. Like, I wouldn't do that to somebody because I have been, like, I'm responsible for employees. And if I recognize an area that they need some correction in, I'm going to reach out to them. That's how they learn. That's how they improve. But by no means calling someone in on May 12th and just taking away their ability to get into the building, to get maybe some proof of documents, enter their email so that they can justify some, like the accusations of the timesheets. I could have provided you the communication that I sent to Renee Kreller and Ms. Gonzalez and Mr. Rothborn and Mr. Case, but they didn't respond to and I can't get into my email to show that proof. I was restricted. And then yet Mr. Rothborn provides communication for a potential day that I took without asking time off. So having access to my email, which that's district property, but I was not allotted that same opportunity from May 12th, going in under those pretenses, false, and then to be ambushed that way. What I went through and this 100 days that I've been going through and the continuous emails, they gave me 3 things on May 12th. Those items, the timesheets, the Michelle Finitary, the building use, 2 folders, and they told me 7 to 10 days to investigate that. And then no communication, as you're aware of. And then when we were waiting for the report, Mr. Rothborn had a stack of paper on the desk when he brought us in on June 23rd. And Mr. Lansdale said, we don't even have any proof. And Mr. Rothborn slapped a stack of paper and he said, we're ready to present. And Mr. Lansdale said, no, we haven't even reviewed anything. So we got the report on August 4th or August 5th. So that means the report was being withheld for 46 days. And there were multiple requests to send us the findings, the bill of particulars, requests for information, no response. Again, every time they reached out to me, they needed a document, the membership list, the registration stuff. I was very attentive to responding, providing, giving them additional resource. Tracy Grix has all that stuff. She's an administrator of the Active Online, past business practice. This is how we do it. The records are kept there, but yet when we asked for the records, the proof of whatever it was that they were accusing me of, they withheld it 46 days. And on that day expected me in a meeting and not even prepared. That's not due process. That's harassment. And then on top of it, then when they were making accusations about the record retention practices, at one point they told me that they were going to have a forensic audit. And then, so I provided everything possible that I could. And then when I was brought in on June 23rd, I was talked to about timesheets, the letter of resignation, schedules, operations. I was criticized for my management style because Mr. Rothman went through my emails and said that it sounds like you beg employees to work. Working with 16-year-olds can be a little challenging sometimes. So you have to keep retention with them and communicate. So when that was happening, I provided all the information. So that day when the accusation, this was the end of the forensic audit, I got you have the example too. It's on an Excel spreadsheet and it was missing entries. And the reason why we knew it was missing entries is because we could create the cash receipts on the ActiveNet online. So we proved the funds. The money was there. We provided the proof with a summary, but in that process, I asked 6 times for bank statements. I called, Mr. Lansdale called. We both mentioned it at the meeting with Ms. Gonzalez and Mr. Rothman that we would need them. Mr. Lansdale said we need to see Andy if he's got the books because he had the bank deposit book that is kept in the coordinator's office above the desk. I saw that in his box that he brought in. 6 times, not once did they provide one bank statement. So again, had to just do additional work because we knew. And then inside one of those binders that they didn't provide as proof was our triathlon training group. And I think Ms. Beeland even referenced that she's on the triathlon group. That sheet was not in the proof or in the sheet of papers that they provided with their Excel sheet. So I know firsthand that's page 1 in that binder of class registrations. Those people pay like $120 each. There's 9 names on it right there. We're looking at almost enough funds. So I don't understand when they need information, I provide it. May 12th, I'm immediately restricted from being able to provide fair and full information. And then when I need information, it's withheld. No bank statements. I need the report. We needed the report so that we could at least responsibly respond. 46 days later, we get the investigation report. And then as far like reading the investigation, finally, Colleen agreed to meet at the Aquatic Center. No, the one time they asked, I just requested a letter to enter the building in writing so that I was not trespassing. There was no finally. The reports were behind the front desk. So when I'm reading the summary report provided by the administration, I don't see how it was an accurate response because, again, for them to make allegations about timesheets during a pandemic, again, listening to all the parents and through this meeting, and I know you girls are all tired and I appreciate your time, but the pandemic is a time of uncertainty. The timesheets was a one-time incident, but then to put it on a personnel like letter that says inflated timesheets for one incident without direction when I asked for it, the leadership, anytime anyone wanted to see something change, by all means, 20 years without an evaluation. I requested evaluations. I didn't receive them, no response, no follow through, disregarded. So I would ask that the leaders lead and give me the direction so I can do the quality job or make changes and improvements. But first and foremost, when I started that job in '99, everything has been open, available. I would request people to come in, like I said. So I just hope that the school board recognizes and acknowledges that there's the whole uncertainty started on May 12th by just calling me in without any notification, no docket of questions, just it was an intentional to a disciplinary hearing without any just cause for a step. There was no step process. It was just bam. And then I answered, I complied. They continued to create or look for other things. And then when I needed responses to be able to respond responsibly, and then to withhold things like that, especially that is a major thing. When you're saying that somebody may have a differential in funds, you should be providing them everything possible. Andy should have brought me the books. When I asked for the bank statements, they should have been provided immediately. So where was the leadership to help me resolve a problem? I can't think of a more intentional way to harm someone. I am not, that whole subject is just, that's not even, I don't even have words for it. The intention of harm to make such an accusation. So with that being said, in the closing remarks, I just want to make sure that a lot of these things were unnecessary. I'm a very reasonable person. If there were areas that you wanted adjustments or changes from the leadership standpoint, by all means, I'm open, I'm available. I would expect it. I've asked for evaluations. Make some adjustments, changes, evaluate, come in the building, assess the situation, see how we do the bookkeeping, see how we record keep, see how I make schedules, how I communicate. I'm more than willing. I think it would be beneficial, but to come at me without a step process and then it just, none of it, it doesn't make sense. Like Captain Chief Ott said, the sniff test is that I don't understand. So again, and I just will say it again, the health and safety of everybody that I serve at the Aquatic Center has been my utmost privilege. And I like my job. I feel like I do my best that I can. And I would hate to see that my reputation, my work performance is tarnished when the leadership didn't come to me, help me, and do their job to provide me with what I needed to respond to their request, but yet ambush me, lock me out of the building, not be able to provide proper documents, and then not provide me with documents to provide them with the responses. It just caused more. I mean, we were able to do it because a couple of the other front desk people came and we were able to create all the documents, find the proof of funds, but it shouldn't have been like that. It would have been as simple as send me the bank statements, because in his investigation report, they were able to provide multiple bank statements, but yet when we asked and requested certain documents, not a response, not a follow through, completely disregarded. So I would hope that now the board can take into account, and I'm very grateful that you heard my story tonight, because I think 100 days, it's 100 days today. That's enough time to investigate, establish, look, get your responses. And the last thing I'll say is every time I was notified of the upcoming board meeting, whether it was June 24th, August 6th, August 11th, with the exception of today, like 24 to 32 hours. And again, 3 of the times didn't even have the investigation to the proof of findings to even be asked to go to the meeting, not having due process. So again, I just ask that the board really takes into account my sincerity and my truth in this, because I have 21 years of dedication, commitment to the public, to the community, as a cross-country coach. I'm being restricted from coaching cross-country right now until when if I get reinstated. So I love giving back. I love being a part of the community, serving people, working with them. So again, thank you for your time. I know it's been a long night. Mike, anything else?
But yeah, I have to unmute.
No, I think Colleen has said everything that needs to be said. And I'm a little confused with the process here. I'm used to, and I'm not, John, I'm not sure how your employers work. Usually the HR department, they're going to discipline somebody. Usually they discipline somebody, and then we get into the grievance procedure. However, we've skipped all of that, and we're at the board level. So administration is asking you to do their work. So I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to ask you and plead to you that there is no just cause here for discipline. There needs to be some admonishment of Colleen that she did anything wrong. There was some timesheet errors, but it was based upon the fact that she was asking for help. So I'm going to ask you to not discipline her, and because I don't believe you have just cause.
Thank you, Mr. Lansdale. Yeah, I'll agree that this is a little different in process, but I'm gonna, before I bring it back to the board, Mr. Rathbun, do you have any comments before the board before we start?
Yeah, just a few. I'll be brief. Ms. Mellon indicated that she reached out at the end of April for direction. I have an email that I was copied on that Laura sent back on April 30th at 9:55, replying to her request. So we did respond to her request on that day. As far as the financial records, I want to be very clear. The financial records were not included in Andy's box. I feel like it was intimated that they were included. They were not included in Andy's box. So we have no documentation, no financial records that we could find. All of the financial records that were supposedly stored at the front desk are now missing. And as for Mrs. Finateri, I did have a discussion with her. I did indicate to her that it was unfortunate that she chose to resign. And I said to her as she walked out the door, it's unfortunate you resigned, because I wish you would have brought this to me before you resigned. And later in the same email exchange that Mrs. Mellon is referencing, I told Ms. Finateri, based on your resignation, I cannot have any further discussions with you about compensation. And so I knew at the time, and it was very clear to me, Ms. Finateri had resigned. And so there was no waiting around or, giving Mrs. Finateri, additional time on the job. She had resigned. She had submitted her resignation before we talked. So those are the only corrections I have.
Okay. I guess I'll bring it back to the board and see if there's any board discussion on this. All right, seeing none. I guess I think Janine are you back on now? No, she went off. I guess I would throw out maybe a recommendation of if there's support of the board, I guess, of since she hasn't been evaluated, she's been asking to be evaluated. Maybe that we have her be evaluated and all the processes and procedures evaluated over at the Aquatic Center, and work with her with best practices, and maybe just going forward, have some more communication between the aquatic center and the administration and with Mr. Battle. Mr. Battle's not here tonight, but so
I'll support that.
So do we want to, I guess having not done one of these in open session before, is that something we make a motion on? Mr. Rathbun, we just make a motion to, and I guess Mr. Lanzadell, you're probably more,
John, you do have counsel on the call if you would like. Bob Lusk.
yeah, Mr. Lusk, I mean, I guess I'm, as far as what I just put out there, and maybe there's support of the board, if we were to handle this situation with, she hasn't been evaluated in a long time. Miss Mellon's been an upstanding, great, employee for years. It sounds like by her, presentation, she's wanting to be evaluated, wanting to get best practices, and it's something, there's a lot of information here that's kind of, there's two sides, obviously, to every story. So we get her evaluated, we do some best practices, show her what we're looking for. The finance department can go over there, say, this is what we want, and go from there and kind of have, a positive end to this.
Well, Mr. President, this is within the board's discretion. The administration brought it to the board, and if that's the board's desire, then that would be the motion that you would make and vote on.
Now, you don't see any issues with us. I know that there was talk of other things. I mean, as our attorney, you don't see any issues with that motion?
I'm not clear about the relationship between evaluation and the information that I heard presented about the misrepresentations of people's hours. I'm not sure how that relates to evaluation, but again, this is in the board's discretion.
All right. What I'm seeing is there's a lot of and then I'll let the rest of the board members is maybe admin looking at things one way, and then she's got really good reasonings behind the way she did it. She's upfront, she's honest, she's got everything in front of her, and I just think there needs to be better communication between the two, and we definitely need to have her evaluated every year, because that's what the evaluation comes in. It's my understanding she hasn't been evaluated since 2002. Is it, Miss Mellon?
2000. 20 years.
So since 2000, and she's been a wonderful employee since then. So that's where it's looking at. But I'll let some other board members give their opinions. Mr. Green?
Well, how about I just make a motion, John, that we do not take any action against Miss Mellon at this time, except for creating an action plan that'll be oversaw by Mr. Rathbun and Robin to get the appropriate financial controls that the district wants put in place within the next 60 days over the aquatic center. As part of my motion, we return Miss Mellon to the full-time employee status.
I'll second that. Is there any discussion?
I'll just say that I agree with that motion. Ms. Mellon, sitting here listening to both sides, it's no surprise to me that communication was poor, because this is something we hear over and over on this board, and I'm very ashamed of that. Honestly, and again, earlier, I did not vote to have an outside attorney come over this, because I've already paid one to come through and tell me that we already have oversight issues. We know that. And it's really time that this board finally addresses some of those issues. So I'm sorry, Ms. Mellon, that you have gone through this for 100 days. That sounds really ridiculous at this point. I have problems with the fact that I was given a report that is a lot of speculation and hypotheses instead of just facts and evidence. That really rubs me the wrong way. As somebody who has to sit here and make a decision about somebody's livelihood, I don't respect that at all. And it makes me really question the entire process. So to say that I'm upset about this is kind of an understatement. I'm embarrassed. I'm very embarrassed, and I'm sorry.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on the motion at hand? Keep it to the motion. All right. We'll vote by roll.
Mr. Middlestat,
He had to leave.
All right. Mr. Middlestat had to leave, so
okay. Mr. Giroux,
yes.
Ms. Akavati Hendershot,
She got booted off. Tim was working on getting her back on.
Ms. DeWitt,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
Burkmeyer, yes. Mr. Moses, Mike, can you say it again? Because I don't know if it really came through. I just heard a cough.
Yes.
Okay,
I think
thank
we
you.
need to get Mr. Moses 2 jetpacks.
I mean, the motion passes, but for the record, we should probably have Ms. Hendershot.
Yes. Tim, do you have Miss Hendershot close to getting back on?
I don't see her on here anymore. I don't know
Her
if she,
screen went black. She was booted off. She texted me.
I don't know if she can call you or she can call you on your phone or call back.
He said her hotspot's dead. I'll try calling her. Figures my phone's not working. Anybody call her?
She can, yeah, I was gonna say she could call into the phone line again, the same as,
But she
Yeah,
doesn't
I'm
know
on it.
what's happening. So I'm calling her.
okay.
Okay.
So they're asking for a motion. Can you call Mr. Giroux?
It's probably not going to go through. I'm up north.
Well,
So can you
should they, there's a
just put her on
motion
speaker?
on the table. So, can you repeat the motion?
Mr. Green, can you repeat that motion? You did it so eloquently.
Oh, gosh, I'm hoping Ms. Burkmeyer captured it.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we recorded it for the meeting minutes, but my motion is to bring back Ms. Mellon effective immediately and restore her to full-time employee status.
Wait a minute. Is to bring Mrs. Mullen back immediately and to restore her to her previous position. Okay.
Correct. And then the second part of the motion, I believe, was for Mr. Rathbun and Ms. Randazzo to sit down with Ms. Mellon over at the Aquatic Center and establish policies and procedures that the district needs implemented for the financial oversight of the Aquatic Center, and that needs to be done in the next 60 days.
Okay, and that Mr. Rathbone and Ms. Randazzo are to sit down with Ms. Mellon and develop procedures and policies which will determine how the future running of the Aquatic Center, and that is to be done within the next 60 days. And the vote so far has been, Mr. Middlestat is gone, and all the other members have voted yes. And so it's up to you to vote. Just a minute. Can you hear?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Janine. All right, motion passes. Ms. Mellon, thank you for your time. Thank you for your service to the district. Apologize for the length it took, the time, the 100 days you went through, but I'm glad the ending we have, and I think going forward, we'll make sure to keep that communication better and go from here. Mr. Lanzadel, same thing. Thank you for your time. Thanks for your
Thank you to the board.
So, all right, that section of the meeting is over. You guys can hang out if you'd like, because it's fun. So now we'll go to superintendent comments. Did we lose Mr. Woodside?
He hasn't been here most of the meeting.
No, he's here. I'll unmute him. There he goes.
Yeah. I've been here for the entire meeting.
No, I know you have. I just, go ahead.
No, I think, obviously this is the return to school, the roadmap is a difficult decision for the board. We're going to continue as a district to plan for those return for students. And we're going to update the board very soon on some of the areas where we need clarification. So we may be getting back together, in the near future to resolve some of that. But we will prepare for, starting the school year, virtual.
All right. Go to board comments. Mr. Moses.
I don't know. I appreciate everybody on the board. I believe the returning to school virtually was the right decision. There's just too many unanswered questions, but I do appreciate all the work administration put in to try and develop that plan. And I know it's going to help out when we do go back to school face to face. And that's all I got.
All right, Ms. Burkmeyer. Uh-oh.
Sorry, I was muted. I don't have anything else to add.
All right. Miss Akavetti Hendershot.
She's gone.
Okay. Marie.
No, I think so. Nothing at this time.
All right. Steve's gone. I'll go next. Let Pat be last. I just, again, want to thank everybody. Obviously, it's late. I won't beleaguer it, but it's been a joy the last 2 years. I've learned a lot being the school board president. Thank the admin. I thank Mr. Woodside. I've been in his office a lot trying to figure this all out. And thank all the board members. I know we haven't always agreed all the time, but like I said, I think it's going to be good for you, Mr. Green, to being new to the board like I was, to learn. You learn a lot in this role, as I'm sure you know. And we got hard decisions coming ahead of us, all of us, no matter what. But it's been fun. So I'll go to you, Pat.
Well, thanks to the board for the support. I did manage to get the 4 votes out of 7. And I'm only quite honestly the president because I don't think anybody else wants it at this point. So John, you've done a decent job with the cards you were dealt. And obviously what we're coming into is going to be a challenge now for me. So I was not the least bit surprised when you declined the nomination, because I'm going to have my hands full, the normal board stuff, but then obviously trying to make these decisions and what's right for our community and our students and our teachers. So I won't belabor at that point, but I will reach out to the rest of the board members, as Janine mentioned, figure out who wants to be on what committees and who's best suited for what, and get the chair people in place. And I know those committees are going to be starting to meet very, very soon, as soon as next week. And as Mr. Woodside mentioned, we'll probably be getting together possibly next week. And I see us truly getting together probably far more than any of us want to, because of the constant changes that are going to be coming our way. So I'm looking forward to the challenge. Thanks, John.
Yes, sir. All right. Motion to adjourn is in order.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mr. Moses. Is there a second?
I'll support.
Supported by Mr. Green. Vote by roll.
I just want to say that Mr. Moses has never been so clear. Mr. Middlestat is out. Mr. Daru?
Yes.
Is Ms. Hendershot back?
No.
Okay. Ms. DeWitt?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Burkmeyer, yes. Moses?
Yes.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Good night.
Night.